official earlier today.
Our numbers are looking so good, and frankly, I used to say a V, and people would say, well, maybe not, I don't think so. Some would say, no way. We have a super V, you're right.
His formal acceptance speech Thursday will be at the White House. Meantime, Joe Biden tweeting about a police shooting in Kenosha, Wisconsin, calling for a full and transparent investigation. There's a curfew for a second night after a violent reaction to the shooting.
Several structures set on fire or damaged, more than 100 vehicles torched overnight following the shooting of 29-year-old Jacob Blake, a black man who had a warrant out for his arrest and who appears via cell phone video to be resisting arrest and lunging into his car before officers opened fire.
That's what we do. Hands up, don't shoot. But does it matter? No, because it doesn't get there. We still get shot.
Quentin Pompey and other activists now marching to the Kenosha County Courthouse. We're told Blake is recovering, as well as an officer who was assaulted with a brick during the violence overnight.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Some witnesses say Blake was shot in the back while not resisting. America is listening to Fox News.
More and more, scammers are using emails to impersonate your bank in an attempt to steal your information and money. A big red flag that someone is phishing is an urgent call to action with a link to click. Once clicked, you'll be asked to enter some of your information. Some recent phishing emails request that you click a link to review a transaction you're unaware of. Bottom line, if you don't trust it, don't click it. And to be extra safe, delete the message immediately. This phishing protection tip is brought to you by Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
More fires set and arrests made in Portland, Oregon.
Portland police say they arrested 23 people Sunday night, mostly for disorderly conduct, declared a riot, and at one point deployed tear gas. Police say in a statement 2 North Precinct awnings were lit on fire, that many in the crowd were wearing helmets and armor as they threw chunks of ceramic, rocks, mortars, and used lasers on the officers. Police say a riot was declared after a commercial-grade firework was thrown and police cars were hit with objects. It does not appear those arrested will be prosecuted. The Multnomah County DA has previously said crimes like disorderly conduct and interfering with a peace officer are not considered serious enough. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The World Health Organization says using blood plasma from COVID-19 survivors to treat other patients is still considered an experimental therapy, and that preliminary study results are inconclusive. This after the FDA authorized an emergency use of the treatment, at least for now. Tens of thousands of patients have already had plasma therapy in the U.S., even as studies of it continue. A Texas professor and NASA researcher is accused of hiding his ties to a Chinese university as part of China's Talents program.
Zhengdong Cheng, who is a professor at Texas A&M University, is charged with conspiracy, making false statements, and wire fraud. Court papers say he led a team that was doing research for NASA, and for several years he took steps to obscure his affiliations and collaboration with a Chinese university and at least one Chinese-owned company. He is also accused of benefiting personally from the affiliation with Texas A&M, as well as getting access to NASA resources like the International Space Station. His participation or coordination with China or any Chinese entity was not allowed. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A day-long rally on Wall Street, the Dow up more than 300 points heading into the close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Howdy, folks. I'm Colonel Sanders from KFC. Allow me to introduce my new KFC hot wing flavors. I'm getting very, very hungry. Buffalo and honey barbecue. Am I dreaming? Nope, not dreaming. That's a bunch of new KFC hot wings. Try them yourself in my KFC hot wing deal with fries and a drink, or share them with the family in an 18 or 30-piece swing bucket. KFC, it's buffalo and honey barbecue finger-licking good.
You've got a job to do. Having the right equipment for the job is critical, and East West Rental has the exact tools you need. Get it done faster with the right stuff, whether it's landscaping tools, concrete tools, lifts, trucks, lights, generators, trench boxes, welders, tents, tables, and chairs. They're here to help you tackle any project you're working on, big or small. Open Monday to Saturday, 7 to 5, closed Sundays. Find what you're looking for at East West Rental Center in Upper Tumont or call 646-1463.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumont. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Today it's 6:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. 87 new COVID positive cases reported yesterday by the various labs and clinics. And with that, health officials have identified more school workers and government workers have been identified to be positive COVID patients. 5 additional employees at 4 public schools tested positive, and another couple port workers. All of these individuals have been placed in isolation, and contact tracing is now underway. Now, port operations have not been affected, and for those schools, those are all still closed to students and are currently being sanitized. Guam now has a total of 907 confirmed cases of COVID-19 since testing started in March. Of those reported yesterday, 11 came from public health, 17 from the Naval Hospital, 31 from the Diagnostic Lab Services, and 15 from GMH, 12 also from the Guam Regional Medical Center, and 1 from a private clinic. The 87 positives are out of a total of 880 tests that were performed. Guam currently has 472 active cases. Guam's current pandemic condition of readiness has mandated all arriving passengers be placed in a 14-day quarantine, and while it may differ from new guidelines implemented by the Centers for Disease Control, the local government maintains its requirement, yet it is reaching out to the CDC for more clarification. The CDC is no longer requiring international travelers undergo quarantine. However, there are certain territories, to include Guam, that may still implement such a procedure. Guam's stricter quarantine requirements went into place in the last several weeks after the governor noticed a spike in positive cases, particularly seen in individuals with recent travel. Meanwhile, the National Guard and Department of Homeland Security will be working to consolidate quarantine accommodations, and by next week will transfer its quarantine operation from the 3 designated quarantine facilities to the Dusit Beach Resort, better known as the Outrigger. In a release from the Joint Information Center, the new facility will provide the minimum 300-room capacity needed to sustain quarantine operations, with the capacity to expand to as many as 600 rooms. The switchover will take effect on Sunday. All incoming passengers. Individuals scheduled for release from their quarantine on Monday will remain at their quarantine facility. And the governor says a single quarantine facility will allow for better case management and service for those in quarantine. The Dusit Beach Resort will be paid $200,000 for 3 days. Well, more news right after this.
Woo-wee! Just take a gander at them tender and juicy fall-off-the-bone St. Louis ribs. Heavens to Betsy! What is their secret? It's bursting with so much flavor, I can eat them all day long. Come see for yourself, y'all. These fine slabs of hunky-dory, mouth-watering ribs are only available at Circle K. Circle K. Take it easy.
Guam Election Commission still moving forward with its plans for this weekend's primary elections. This while the legislature continues to weigh its options for either canceling the election or postponing it. The governor and the Election Commission had both asked the legislature to cancel the elections amidst concerns over the spread of the coronavirus. Some senators awaiting an opinion from the Attorney General. Senators are scheduled to go into a special session tomorrow, actually on Thursday, where they will address a bill that would cancel the primary election and allow all candidates to move to the November 3rd general election. The emergency session scheduled for 11 a.m. on Thursday. And the Department of Revenue and Taxation mailing out close to 1,000 refund checks this week for 2019 returns filed by February 6. The checks are worth a total of about $3 million. And a protest scheduled for this afternoon in Tumont has the governor issuing a stern warning that Not only will you potentially spread the virus, well, you may also cause for a prolonged lockdown. The governor reacting to the news of a planned protest by individuals upset with her shutdown. The governor's warning states that if you contract COVID-19 at a protest or a party without knowing it, you could spread the same virus that stole 7 lives from their loved ones and halted our economy for the second time. By choosing to violate these directives, she says, in protest, you could prolong the restrictions we all hate so much. The Give Us Back Our Freedom protest will be from 4 to 6:30 at the Outrigger intersection today. Organizers are encouraging participants to wear a mask and follow social distancing guidelines. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Even I will wear a mask.
Will you?
Yes.
Which one?
Says my governor's an idiot. The one that
I thought you would.
The one that I got. Well, it's either I could do the Hannibal Lecter one, right? The one where it looks like you got toothpicks in your grill. I could do that one. Anyway, so partly sunny skies with isolated showers and thunderstorms today. Showers becoming scattered around midday. Expect southeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour.
He's back.
He's back. The miles an hour guy is back. Daytime highs today are going to be 89 degrees. There is going to be a heat index 94. So it looks like we could have some great weather for the pandemic protest that's going to be up this afternoon. For tonight through Wednesday night, mostly cloudy with isolated showers and some thunderstorms. Showers becoming scattered around midday. Light and variable winds. Lows around 78. Highs around 89 degrees. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:36. Hashtag. You know what? You don't even have to hashtag tell the others, because 6:36 or so is about the time we're going to be exiting the Tumont area after the pandemic protest or whatever the demo, whatever. Somebody calling it a rally. One of the newspapers calling it a rally this morning, and why not? I like the idea. Now, news and weather together brought to you by Bank Pacific. Hold on, let me take care of this. Bank Pacific is closed this week to walk-in customers on the governor's orders. We regret, because you can go anywhere you want to, like grocery store, hardware store, whatever. But bank, it's a nest of COVID-ness. We regret we cannot accommodate all of our loyal and valued customers face-to-face with masks. Please, in anticipation of this week, our ATMs are full, and people can access us at bankpacific.com and on the new mobile app. All other banks in Guam are the same and can help you remotely. Your entire banking community is here to help. To our Guam neighbors, this is but a moment in time, and moments pass. We'll all be here tomorrow. If you have some kind of a financial emergency, Phil's direct number is 477-2671. Banking on the Pacific for 66 years. Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs. After 6 o'clock in the morning, portions of the program brought to you by American President Lines APL, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
The KFC ad. I was getting ready to read Colonel's Chicken Congee. I like saying congee.
It's my bad.
It is fluffy biscuits. I didn't get to say fluffy biscuits yet this morning. This is How Can I Tuesday without congee and fluffy biscuits?
You will soon.
I'll find a way. You know what? Because this moments pass. We'll all be here tomorrow. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it. And listen, if you're having a financial emergency, i.e. Ray Gibson owes you money, call Phil. You got the number? Did you see that? If Ray Gibson owes you money,
Yes.
cannot pay right now, call Phil.
He gave his number.
477-2671.
That's his house phone.
That's his direct line. You know what? And he answers this line. I've called him on this line.
So you're saying he's not like the people on the governor's hotlines?
No,
the governor's special hotlines?
They actually answer at Bank Pacific.
Speaking of answering the phone, this is a little surprise. She should be at the waiting area to get on an airplane and make her way home. Big Sister Shelly Gibson's on the line.
Oh, good morning, Mary.
Don't make me cry because I'm very homesick.
Mary Michelle, baby Shelly's on the line.
I was chatting with her about an hour ago.
Well, I wanted to. So here's the thing. We got there's a whole bunch of Republican stuff on the docket today, and I wanted to start with a little bit of a conversation about what took place over at the Republican National Convention, and just now exiting that is Big Sister Shelly. So, how did your participation go?
Oh, Raymond, I could float to Los Angeles.
You could float to Los Angeles.
I'm just on such the Trump high.
In the Trump high. Some people have Trump derangement syndrome. Shelley's in the Trump high. Did you get a chance to meet him? Did you meet the president?
No, because he only came for a little bit. He actually, he came just kind of. I think he was actually going to go to Asheville. But then, he made a, sidestep, and, I can't tell you guys how the security and then the social distancing, and I know Monica's going to say, you people didn't have their masks yet, but we were only allowed to not wear masks for eating, drinking, and photos.
Right. And I'll see if I can share some of those, some of the photographs. You got a picture with my girlfriend Rana, right?
Yes. And she said to give you best regards.
Nice. And a whole bunch of other people over at the convention. Did you with not much by way of a Guam delegation? It was just you and Juan, right?
No, and Auntie Pudding was with us.
She didn't come in from here.
No, I guess West Coast, I guess.
Okay, all right. She's right up there. Okay, so is the three of you guys out there? Now, I thought I saw a video of Juan Carlos making the pledge of the Guam delegate votes.
Yep, he did a good job. He was so concerned that he wasn't going to get to see Jules Maasi, but he did really well.
He didn't blow si Jules Maasi. He did a good job. We'll see if we can. So the nomination's gone to Trump, right? The Republican nominations are for Trump and Pence.
God, yeah. It couldn't go anywhere else. I mean, the guy's got like rock star appeal.
Oh yeah. Well, he was a rock star before he was the president. Remember, he was kind of a rock sar before he was the president of the United States. And then so now other delegations were there. You were there with other states and territories. Who looked better than Guam?
For Amata, but we were hanging with the Hawaiian folks because I had met them at the White House when I came for my birthday that time. And she came over. She goes, "I remember you sister from Guam." It's like, oh my God, my kitchen sister. And
Sweet.
Then, I met Jason Osborne.
Oh man, did you tell him I said hi?
Who?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And
wait. Who did you meet?
He's from the CNMI.
Oh, I thought it was I thought he was a celebrity.
No. Just Jason Bourne. And then I found new friends with our American Samoa friend, Alofa. So, Amata wasn't there, but, I've been communicating back and forth with, Fred, Pop's good friend.
Oh, yeah, Fred Weideragan.
So I sought them out, and then I went to the Asia American Pacific Islanders meeting yesterday. That was pretty interesting.
When you go to the Asia Pacific Islander thing, do they look at you and go, "Wait, you're a haole. you're so white for an Asia Pacific Islander"?
No, I got complimented that I didn't have an accent.
Oh.
I said, I'm on best behavior, but at home I do have an accent.
That's right. So when they find out you're Asia Pacific Islander, do they start talking slower to you?
Louder.
All right, well, hurry home. You're missing all the fun. You're going to miss the rally in Tumon.
Hurry home. What do you mean, hurry home?
Oh, well, hurry home by the time. Maybe you can, because when you get home, you can stay at the Dusit.
She's going to stay at the Dusit. Wow, you got fancy accommodations. I'm going to come and hang out with you.
Break? Can we use the pool?
Can we come?
Yeah, can you bring me hot food on a plate?
I'll bring you some Colonel's chicken congee. That's what we'll do.
Bring you kudu.
All right, well, let us know, as usual, when you landed in Los Angeles, right? You're going to L.A.?
Yeah, I'm going to go to L.A., and then there's a possibility that I'll go back to the White House for the acceptance, because we were invited to you're invited special to attend.
You might as well.
Might as well, yeah.
I know, man. Might as well.
Do it.
Might as well. Hey, before I hang up, can I wish my boss, George, happy birthday?
What? Happy birthday, George.
Happy birthday, George Chu.
Happy birthday. And all the swear words that follow.
Yeah, you better do that, especially if you're talking about another delay. You got to toss that in there. Oh, happy birthday to my boss. Oh, by the way, I'm going to be home a couple of days late because I'm taking a side trip to D.C.
I know Shelley. She's probably working around the clock anyway.
Amen to that. Amen, other sister. All right, big sister Shelley Gibson, I'm going to let you get back to whatever it is that you do while you wait for the airplane to leave, all right?
Yeah, take care, everybody.
I love you.
Love you. Talk
Love
to you
you
pretty
too.
soon.
Bye, guys.
So that's the in and out of that is Big Sister Shelley was part of. We were delegates to go to the convention. Obviously, I'm far too busy to stop what I'm doing here to go and goof off over at the convention. That and I didn't have $5,000 for airfare, hotel accommodations.
Man, and I even voted
all
for
the
you to
other
go
stuff.
and represent us on that convention.
But I sort of did. Everybody, Juan had my proxy. Juan had my proxy vote. So, you know, for those of you that are curious as to whether or not we had full participation by the delegates, we were able to sign off on some documents that said, yes, I give my support. I pledge my delegacy to Trump and Pence. How much fun was that? And it didn't cost me a dime. 6:21 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show. That's Montesilva Tyrant. Real Joe gets the phone when you call it 888-8255. The meme machine is on. A lot of sunrises this morning. Everybody up early. 988-5874 if you want to send up some goofy stuff. 988-5874. In the meantime, speaking of goofballs.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. Knows your name.
That's nice. Jay Rojas online saying, thank you all. I feel so loved. Apparently the All Points bulletin that we put out there yesterday. Look, if you're part of the Point Familia here in the morning and we don't see your name any longer than a couple of hours. Yeah, that's it. We send out.
Birthday.
Everybody knows about that. Everybody's like, remember the other day when James Howard didn't show up?
Yep.
What the
Send the
hell?
cops to his house.
Exactly. Banging on the doors. Everything okay? 5-0. Open up. Open up, Cuzzo. What do we got there? So, number one today is not Dave Torrey. Pam Duvall comes in.
What?
Number one this morning. Followed by Dave Torrey, Pew Pew, James Howard at number 3. Marlu Berseman comes in at number 4. Good morning, pretty. And Ismail is there. Hey, good morning, pretty. Sherry Iriarty. Tanya Toby is online this morning. Dave Duane is running for senator. J.B. St. Nicholas, who is not running for senator, and Rico Blancaflor rounds out the top 10 this morning. As I said, Jay Rojas online. I get Gary Kerr, Ken Brown. I see Post Canteen, Bob and Connie Bartonico, John Anonich,
Viva!
and Vince Borja.
Viva!
They're all over the place. Woody Chung Lee is there. I see Trey Davis, John Ray, and Tanya says it's okay when she exposed all those other people. Oh, must be talking about Governor Lulian Guerrero. Who puts Lou in flu? Dave Chargaloff, good morning to you. I see, who else is there? Andy Camacho, I've licked every doorknob in sight and still can't get the virus. Maybe you should take another tact.
Andy knows where there's a cool beach hangout where we could go and visit.
What? Andy Camacho knows a place?
Yeah, private beach.
I still don't have the answer. Now, whether or not, so we have a private-ish beach in the family, right? And the only problem, and nobody's going to go. The cops won't go there because it's behind a cemetery. It's one of these old. It's one of these old times.
To a cemetery. Yeah.
You got to go through the cemetery to get to the beach, and it freaks people out. So I'm going. Okay, well, this is a private beach. It is sand. So where in that is the government of Guam? Where is the part where I can get pinched by the man? Where's the part where I can just sit back and relax and drink my beer and look at chicks in bikinis? You don't know?
Oh, there's no chicks in bikinis.
If they can't
There's
get
no chicks
there.
in bikinis there.
Watch out for the drones.
Drones.
I have never seen a chick in a bikini.
Ever.
there.
You're absolutely right. Cecile Yoshimoto is online. Hopper Randy Landis saying you missed one. Brad Hewitt. Lou doesn't understand that everybody doesn't die. Nobody lives forever, right? Everybody want to go heaven. Nobody go on one die. I think is the line from one of those Steven Seagal movies where he had to take on that Jamaican drug cartel. Everybody want to go heaven. Nobody want to go die. Tony D'Angelo, you're high as a kite again, aren't you? Tony D'Angelo's there, little sister Mona Silva Tyron, Brad Hewitt, Joe Dizon saying good morning to everybody. John Ray Uggan, so 1 out of 100 tested is positive. Not bad. So do we continue core 0.05 for how long? A day. 4 more years of quarantine. Maybe the legislature will leap into action. Maybe.
Sorry.
I can feel your eyes rolling from here. My God. Really, just no confidence whatsoever. We are not alone, guys. We're not alone. I got Ken Brown sending me footage of his idiot governor, Gavin Newsom, out in, didn't that sound like the guy ought to be in a game show? Here's your host, Gavin Newsom. Sungi Guam is online. Joey and Pinko, good morning to you. And there's Walter Gray with the thumbs up this morning. Thanks for checking in. Jess Mendiola says, Shelly Gibson's so lucky she's at RNC. How awesome is that? Have fun. Anne-Marie Sablon Trousseau is online. Jenna and Steve Worthington, who's getting the hotel points, asking for a friend. Is it possible? So could that be one of the perks? So like if you get Shanghai, if you're kidnapped at the airport and they put you over at the Dusit Resort, do you get points in the Dusit family? So the next time you're staying someplace, or the next time you're kidnapped in an airport and sent to another Dusit hotel, I mean, do they spritz you up with free towels? Do you get any swag?
Let's call up Mike Israel and see if he's still opposed to the shutdown. Curious minds want to know.
Keep asking that question. Well, so it also comes on the heels of the story that's floating around about the CDC saying, oh yeah, 14-day quarantine. Not so much. Not so much. You know what? Have everybody, when they get off the airplane, just remind them casually about wash your hands, wear a mask, social distance.
But the CDC did give discretion to the territories, though.
Oh, you see, they gave discretion to the territories, and naturally, where's the answer? What did Crystal Paco say about that? It says it is important to note that although the CDC provides guidance, it is ultimately up to the states and territories to implement regulations that are best suited and most appropriate for their community. Which means, yeah. So whatever the CDC said, screw that. We got a partnership now. We just signed an agreement for another 30 days with the Dusit people, and nothing is going to jeopardize that. Never mind the CDC. So Tom Shea will chime in on this at some point, and he's going to go, okay, can we think possibly remotely about the idea of consistency? So either we're with the CDC and their guidance on stuff, or we're not with the CDC and their guidance on stuff. So, I mean, it becomes one of those, it's like being a Catholic. It's like being a Catholic. It's like you got this whole book of catechism and everybody looks at it like it's a buffet, as opposed to, nope, those are the actual rules of the church. If you break them, you're going to go to hell. There's fire and damnation, all of this other stuff, right? But then you go, I think I just pick and choose which ones of these things that I believe. And so what does that give us in terms of being able to go back to the government and say, well, the federal guidelines are this. We're smarter than the federal. We know better than they do. We've got unique circumstances, i.e. deal over at the Dusit. Anyway, 6:29 in the morning. There's other people hanging out online that wanted me to say their name. Sarah O. Lake. Good morning, Real Joe. Real Joe, thank God for Ray, who is someone who still exudes genuine insanity while everyone else is so damn sane. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil. Is that a compliment? Thank God for someone who still exudes genuine insanity while everyone else is so damn sane. Kind of feel like that way sometime. I'm going to take that as a compliment. I'm going to hang up now. Rochelle Merrill is there. Ken Augustin, good morning. Devon Sala. Pat Saho says it's the former outrigger, which is a nice place. And I still don't have the answer to the question. I got to find somebody that might still be connected to the outrigger that I know and love and say, I want all of your toothbrushes that say outrigger. I mean, don't throw those away. I mean, I'll take some of them. I'll take some because, it's always nice to have spares, toothbrush and shower cap and the little things that you put your shoes in to shine them up and the ironing board and some of those cool pillows.
And I'll have 2 towels from the swimming pool because I want to complete my set.
The ones that were stolen? I've never stolen any towels from the outrigger. that they know of. Gwen Timinglo is there. Mary Cruz, good morning to Ken. LG, the other Governor Leon Guerrero. Senators want to expose 30,000 voters to infection risk to protect 2,200 votes that don't matter in the larger scheme of things, confirming forever the title, hashtag dumbest bunch ever. Thank you very much, Ken. We're going to find a whole lot of disagreement on this one. The funny thing is, you can already tell the Daily Post did one of those surveys, reached out to all the senators, find out how they are on whether they want to postpone or cancel the primary election, and the scatterbrains definitely in effect. I like the ones that are saying, "Well, I'm going to wait until." Joe S. was one of the guys. I'm going to wait until the Attorney General comes up with his ruling, his determination, his opinion on this one. No, barf and smoke. Got it later. Actually, making matches because I have to go to the Cameron. Who else is there? Dennis Benz is online. Randy Kruger and Francie Salas and Joe Leasea. Longy are online. Good to see everybody hanging out. Tim Lohan, that one, not the other one. Dan Velt, my running buddy, is online this morning. What's that? Gary Hurst says, yeah, right, Ray. I don't know what he's saying it to, but whatever. I just pretending. Thank you very much for acknowledging my frisky behavior. Keena McCausland is online. I want to say that she was talking about a birthday at her place yesterday, but I don't have all the details. Dave Torrey to Pam Duvall, there's no other person I would want to be second place to than you and maybe James Howard. Jan and Steve Worthington talking jungle rules. And that should be, we ought to do a whole show on that one day. We just, just jungle rules our way through the morning. MP Ogo is online. Teleworking with the point, says MP. Right on, 6:32 in the morning. Bunch of stuff on the table of contents. Glad Dr. Tom has come around to agreeing with the CDC. Remember his alarmist and heated discussions with Jim Gillian concerning Ebola. Kudos to the good doctor. All right, a bunch of different comments from a bunch of different people. And that's the way it works. So I try to surveil. Actually, Mana does it too. Mana's on the Facebook Live. So if I miss something, she can pick up on it. So if you make a comment that looks like intelligent and I don't pick up on it immediately, then she will try to. It's making that look like. You see that look? This sounds like an assignment that we didn't discuss. This sounds like. One of those things. So how am I supposed to take? What is it? What did the governor say? Rally for today. While protest organizers are concerned about the order's impact on the economy and personal freedoms, the governor said the protest gathering could hurt COVID-19, could spread COVID-19, further hurt the economy, and result in prolonged restrictions.
Sounds like a threat.
Sounds like another. We've got a new version of the threat here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a new version. If the people go out and rally and protest today, they could, number one, spread COVID-19 even more than she has. Number one. Number two, we could further hurt the economy. You cannot go any further down than zero. And there's lots of people already at zero. Somebody with the brilliance of mind and the big business bigwigs that you've got, please explain to me how a rally of a bunch of people down in Tumon is going to further hurt the economy any more than some of the wigwam policies have, and result in prolonged restrictions. This is her way of saying, you guys go out there and protest. I'm going to put the smack down on everybody on Guam, and you're going to get the blame for it. That's what that is. That's the nature of that threat. And as I said, I am getting pretty tired of people that we elected to represent us threatening us with all kinds of actions. That's getting to be real stale around here, and not quite the democracy that I thought we had signed up for. 6:34 in the morning. 888-255-888-TALK is the telephone number. As I said, the meme machine is online. 988-5874. Got anything groovy you want to share? As I said, great sunsets. I'll see if I can pop up a couple more. Our sun rises. See if I can pop up a couple of more of those for you online here. In the meantime, we got to jump into headlines. Our first look at news with Mana Silva Tyron.
87 new COVID positive cases were reported yesterday by the various labs and clinics here. Guam now has a total of 907 confirmed cases since March. 87 positives yesterday out of 880 tests performed. The National Guard and Homeland Security will be moving to consolidate their quarantine accommodations, and by next week will have transferred its quarantine operations from the 3 designated sites to the Dusit, which is now known, or used to be known as the Outrigger, the new facility to provide the minimum of 300 rooms but can be increased to up to 600 rooms. The due set to be paid $200,000 for 30 days. And the Election Commission still planning for this weekend's primary elections that's scheduled for Saturday. This while senators continue to weigh canceling the vote. Senators won't go into their emergency session until Thursday, which is 2 days in advance of the primaries. They're scheduled to go in at 11 Thursday morning. And the Department of Revenue Tax mailing out close to 1,000 tax refund checks this week. It's for folks who filed their 2019 returns by February 6th of this year. The total amount of the checks is worth $3 million. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Have you ridden in a car with somebody not in your family since COVID-19?
No.
No. I was thinking about that yesterday. I was looking at one of these, like a construction truck or something like that, and there were two guys in the front, and I'm going, I'll bet they're not related to each other.
Nah.
There are guidelines. Do you realize that there are guidelines? like everything, for what to do when you're in a truck or car with somebody that's not your immediate family?
I pick up hitchhikers. So, you know.
What are the guidelines? I'm curious.
Where are you headed?
You ever do that? You're at the intersection, a lady comes over, she got that bleach container, wants some money. It's like, get in the car.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go for a ride. You're the cute one. When traveling by car with non-family, according to the guidelines, to be safer from COVID-19, scientists say you should do two things. Do you know what they are? Do you have any idea what the two things are?
Hold your breath and stick your head out the window.
I like Mona's. You just stick your head out the window with your tongue out like the dog. Flick off everybody in the other car. Now, this one here is counterintuitive. Make sure the air recycler is off. You want fresh air coming in. But the problem is, if you get the recycler off, off, what happens is the air conditioner is not going to blow as cold as it would if you were recirculating the cold air, right?
True.
And they need to come up with a set for Guam, because that's already deal breaker. Number 2, open some windows.
Okay.
A steady stream of fresh air can help you dilute any viral particles that might be present in your vehicle. All right, so the Cuxica in me is already thinking. I'm remembering my old father-in-law, Tom. And I remember Tom had picked us up at the airport in Washington, at the old SeaTac airport, and we get in the car, and it's a cold day. It's up in Washington State. It's a cold day, and we get in the car, and he's got the windows rolled all the way up, and he's not much by way of air conditioning, as I said, because it was already cold. And so we're driving down in a Federal Way, and all of a sudden and I don't know who let it out, whether it was him or my wife at the time, or maybe it was me. I don't know. And I reached for the electrical window roll downer, and it wasn't working, which led me to believe that he is the one that let it out.
It was a setup.
It was a setup from the very beginning. And just sitting there in the dankness of the car, trying. This is where you need a mask. This is where you need one of those things. So my point here with that entire story is, if you have the opportunity to get in the car with somebody else today, and you can blame it on the COVID-19, leave the air recycling on, roll up the windows, lock them from your side, and I don't know, just remind yourself of the last time you had Korean chicken wings. Anyway, where are we going? 6:39, that's iConnect time. There's an iConnect near you. In fact, there's one near us, opening up 9:30 this morning till about 3:30 in the afternoon. Now, as you might imagine, a whole lot of mitigations involved, and you might want to call before you go. 888-8888.
If you've ever struggled for breath, you know what a scary experience it is. Whether you have asthma, emphysema, COPD, lung cancer, or another respiratory illness, the right medical treatment makes all the difference. GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic has the latest technology and respiratory equipment, staffed by world-class pulmonologists. Make an appointment today with GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic and start breathing easier. GRMC, where patients are partners.
It's the Ray Gibson Show, being brought to you by the guys over at Subway. Eat fresh, and you can do that to go all the time over at the Subway place. $5 footlongs are back, so you buy one regular at one footlong at the regular price, and you get the next one for only $5. Now, there were a couple of notes on which ones were open and which ones are now back in business. There we go. Subway Magilao is now open Monday through Friday, 8 to 11, Saturday, Sundays, 9 to 9. So check them out at Subway. Eat fresh. portions of the program. Also brought to you by the guys over at the ESGR. You might be wondering, what's that? ESGR, Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve. Guam and the CNMI celebrating ESGR Week. And the Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve Guam CNMI Committee thank local employers for supporting their employees that are serving in the National Guard or the U.S. Reserves. Your sacrifice and support to these citizen warriors is critical to our national defense and to our island communities in times of crisis, like the current COVID-19 pandemic. From ESGR, thank you, employers, for your service.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile team.
They make smiles happen.
6:41 in the morning, and time for our first look at right now traffic. There was not a whole lot by way of traffic yesterday. I mean, it was quiet and lean virtually everywhere that I went to, even kind of in the drive times. It did find myself on the road quite a bit yesterday, and it looks like we're in for the same thing here this morning. So if you're going to be hitting the road, watch out for a little bit of intersection traffic, and I think that's going to be okay. Obviously, lightest at the beach areas, you might imagine. 6:41 right now, traffic playing on point.
Howdy, folks. I'm Colonel Sanders from KFC. Allow me to introduce my new KFC hot wing flavors. I'm getting very, very hungry. Buffalo and honey barbecue. Am I dreaming? Nope, not dreaming. That's a bunch of new KFC hot wings. Try them yourself in my KFC hot wing deal with fries and a drink, or share them with the family in an 18 or 30-piece swing bucket. KFC, it's buffalo and honey barbecue finger licking good.
More and more, scammers are using emails to impersonate your bank in an attempt to steal your information and money. A big red flag that someone is phishing is an urgent call to action with a link to click. Once clicked, you'll be asked to enter some of your information. Some recent phishing emails request that you click a link to review a transaction you're unaware of. Bottom line, if you don't trust it, don't click it. And to be extra safe, delete the message immediately. This phishing protection tip is brought to you by Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Look at that. Look at the images up on the screen right now. That gorgeous sunrise. Got to assume that's sunrise, right? Just a terrific morning. And I got a feeling today's going to be a great day weather-wise because it rained like the dickens yesterday on an area that would have been, you can see pictures of it. They got in the Guam Pacific Daily News this morning. Heavy rains leave streets flooded. Now, what would normally be the case in a picture like the one on the front page of the PDN this morning, what would normally be the case is it would be a picture of the flooding around the, what is that? What's this area called? The Pleasure Island?
Pleasure Island.
Pleasure Island area, and it would show, pictures of tourists picking up babies and strollers and things like that and carrying it across the water. You know the picture. You've seen it a million times, right, in your head. But in this case, we don't have any tourists down there, and what with everybody being scared to venture outdoors and do their exercises, whether you're on the sidewalk or the beach, not much by way of any pedestrian traffic down there.
My village was happening last night.
I'm saying let's build a fence around it. Let's build a fence around the thing.
Yeah?
Right? Yeah, because otherwise people are going to go in and steal whatever's left to steal from the place. 6:44 in the morning. Should we check in with the other Governor Leon Guerrero? Right now, somebody at Adelup is going, oh, God, he's got a theme. They gave him a theme song at the point. Oh, good heavens. The other Governor Leon Guerrero, that would be Ken Leon Guerrero. Buenos Zen Hafade.
Good morning. And it's today we have sad news, We've learned that staunch Republican Senator Jim Moylan is secretly a Democrat.
Secretly? A Democrat? How can it be?
Actually, he's openly a Democrat as of yesterday in his new comments in the paper today. I mean, as soon as I heard him yesterday on the radio, I was just gobsmacked because when he was talking, all I heard was remember that famous presidential candidate that voted for NAFTA before he voted against NAFTA?
Uh-huh.
You know,
so you're not buying his notion that the situation has evolved. It would have been great, and he would have stayed. You and him would have stayed bosom buddies. Had the rest of the legislative body seen things the way he did back about a month ago in the conversation of the shutdown of the election. But since Tinkerbell moved a piece of legislation that basically forced the issue and started an election. It's on the way. It's already happening, and there's 2,200 some odd people that have cast votes. What do we do about them and all of that? So his situation naturally must have evolved, don't you think?
No, I don't. I think that what's happening here is they're confused. You know, all those. You know,
wait. No, we're talking about the legislature here. These guys are the most easily bamboozled and confused people in the history of the world.
Yeah. So we're back to during the testimony on the Bill 375, and bear in mind, Jim's was very compelling. And so I'm blaming his temporary Democratness on his face mask. You know the lack of oxygen and everything, depriving brain cells. Because it's the only reason I can think of that he would change his position from one protection of the lives of the people from this infection risk until we get a handle on it. You know, unnecessary in view of how few races are going to be decided by. I mean, a very compelling testimony to now. We have cast 2,200 votes. We can't stop this train. It's on the tracks. It's 90 miles an hour downhill with 60,000 tons of coal in the back of it. You know, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever because we're talking about 2,200 votes in an election where 95% of the votes don't matter. You know,
so just let it go. I don't know. I'm still of two minds on this. I was never really crazy about having the primary election anyway. But you know, you think about how the situation, and I know you listened to Bob Klitsky in the afternoon, how the situation has evolved, and you could go on and on and on about whether or not it's a closed primary, or should be an open primary, or all of this other nonsense. But the game had already started. People had already lined up. Plans were already set. There was a primary election. We knew who was running. We knew what the nature of the campaign was going to be, and we were changing horses in midstream.
This reminds me.
And so now they continued. They continued. Well, yeah, no, I'm with you. All right. So since we originally screwed up, let's just figure out how we can continue to screw up. And in this case, now everybody is all confused and bamboozled, and we'll wait out the opinion of the Attorney General.
Yeah, that's the part that blows me away even more. Here we have an attorney general who has avoided every decision about Guam, unless it involves a class action suit somewhere in the mainland that we will not get a decision on for 20 years. Because when you sue somebody like Facebook, you know, that has more cash in their checking account for miscellaneous purchases than the entire government of Guam budget for the past 20 years, and you sue them, I mean, look at the tobacco. That was 34 years in court, class action. So we have an attorney general who now has a compelling, well, let me rephrase. We now have an attorney general that has something on a piece of paper before him, and we're asking him to act for the benefit of the people of Guam. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything for the people of Guam.
Well, he's protecting us from Matt Murphy. Don't you think that in and of itself is the most vital and most important thing? Is that now we've got a line on Matt Murphy, and if that guy so much as breathes in the wrong direction, we're going to pull him into court and expose him for the public nuisance that he is.
Well, actually, I hear that he activated the SWAT team that he had at Adelup to protect the governor from those 35 protesters across the street back in March.
At the gas station. That was funny. I got you. Listen, note here from James Howard. His idea is just postpone it until September the 12th. Done deal.
what's the point of even having it September 12th?
I don't know.
We're
You're
only
just
going
saying.
to
It's just
send- we're gonna
postpone it.
post-
Just keep going, and we'll, because everybody's freaked out about this the public health emergency and PCOR or POS 1 or BS Con 1 or whatever it is that we're calling it. If people are concerned about that, just wait until a couple of days after the governor lifts the restriction. Or is there a sense that there's not going to be any lifting of the restrictions because me and my friends are going to go have a rally today?
Well, you see, the problem is the senators are getting a check every 2 weeks, and 36,000 to 50,000 people aren't. If they were in the same boat as the 50,000 people, then maybe they would act. Because, like you said, all it takes is 8 votes to end this. We either have a pandemic or we don't. You can't have a pandemic and not have a pandemic. It can't be safe enough to vote, but not safe enough to go stand at Pleasure Island at 6 o'clock tonight.
There you go, doing that logic thing
And
again. It doesn't work here. Even the Daily Post in their editorial. I don't know if you've read it this morning, but even in the Daily Post, they're calling for a what is it? I named the show after it today. A degree of rationality. That's what they're asking for. A degree of rationality. Not a whole lot, but if you could just give us just a hint, a scintilla that there is some rationality in the way the thinking goes. We urge the governor and lieutenant governor to reverse the ban on individual exercise outdoors in public beaches or parks, but do keep up with enforcing proper mask wearing and social distancing rules. Balance the need to be tough with your policies with a degree of rationality. And I think that's what Joe Titano, Coach Joe, is saying in the back of the same Guam Daily Post is it shouldn't be an issue, but it becomes an issue when people see the contradiction. 6:51 in the morning.
Well,
go ahead.
There's the same article coming out of Washington, D.C., where the CDC looked at Hawaii's restrictions against outdoor and exercising and walking, and and they're saying, hey, outdoors is the safest place to be. Gyms, restaurants, bars, offices are places where we're seeing the spread. We haven't detected any spreads that take place in outdoor events and venues. I mean, even Sturgis, all the cases coming out of Sturgis in 7 states now were tracked back to a bar in Sturgis. Not to the rallies and the runs or anything like that, but they traced it back to a 7. I think the total now is like 35 or 45.
So let's allow people.
But they traced them all back. But God forbid that we have people outside exercising. You drive past Asan Park, and I saw a bunch of illegals out there yesterday, but they were social distancing. You could see that all the walkers and joggers were at least 10 to 20, 30 feet apart. And when we had, that counterclockwise crew, you always have a group. But you could see when they were coming up to other people coming the other way, you would see one party or the other move about 10 feet out into the grass away from the sidewalk.
Yeah, well, that's because people know what it is that they're being asked of and know what to do. But we get more than 1 or 2 people that step out of line, like have a rally or something like that, then it's going to be tough. It's going to be crackdown time. Listen, Ken, I got to run.
You were there. Okay, remember, you were there at March at the protest, and
yes.
You notice how everybody was spread out. We social distanced while we were protesting,
I recall.
People Guam are rational.
We did the same thing when we had the protest over at the legislature. All right, listen, I got to run, Ken. You have a fantastic morning. It's 6:53, 888-8255-888-TALK. It's okay to reverse a policy that doesn't work. Revisit the ban on individual fitness activities at beaches and parks. And it is clear that the people over at the Guam Daily Post have no idea who they're dealing with here. Just none whatsoever. Wait a second. Reverse a policy that doesn't work? That's when it doesn't work, that's when you get on and ride it even harder. That's the one where you just go full speed ahead. We were only halfway on this. We're going to make it so you can't exercise in your house. How's that? What's that? You got a swimming pool? You got to drain that because that's where COVID lives. And you know what? People will do it. People will do it.
And then when you're out of shape, and unhealthy,
when you got the diabetes and high blood,
fear's one hell of a drug.
Fear is the virus.
Then the hospital will truly be overwhelmed because we'll have all of these underlying health conditions that we won't be able to deal with.
I love the way they put this. There's no default playbook, at least not on COVID-19. And this is them trying to give some wiggle room. We'll understand.
And you know what?
It's okay.
They also pointed out that I think it was Coach Taitino that pointed out he wanted clarification, but he couldn't get any answers to it
Because they weren't
nobody
answering
would
the
answer
phone.
the phone. So nobody knows what they're allowed to do. Who do you call? 911?
So if you reverse course on a policy that doesn't make sense, it's okay. You're being authentic by acknowledging a policy decision isn't working. All of us make mistakes, and correcting ourselves, even in a very public way, is being human too. What? Admit a mistake? Never, ever, ever going to happen. There's this. I get this from the social medias, and maybe you've seen this as well. And I got to put it up on the screen because you're sitting there going, "Wait a second, we can't be the only one." And you're absolutely right. All across the country, there are governors that are sitting around going, "Well, these are unprecedented times. There's no playbook. We just feel like we've got to make decisions." And somewhere along the way comes one of these nut job academician medical guys. Governor Janet Mills says servers must now wear face shields upside down so that their breath is directed up, not down. She wants you to wear a dog cone. And Dr. Sherry Tenpenny says, we are at peak insanity. I wish this was a joke. It's real. This is what it has come to. And if you're wondering what the imagery is on the screen, there is a picture of a waitress in a restaurant somewhere, a couple of plates of food in both hands, and she's got a red dog cone on her neck. And the idea is, and you can see this thing, and this is the problem. You get people that are so deranged now. They'll go, I can see somebody over at Public Health going, that's a great idea. That's brilliant. I'll tell you what, and this is how desperate people are. Let's go ahead and mandate this. If the restaurants want to reopen, their servers have to wear that. Really put everybody, just bend everybody over the barrel and say, all right, come on now. And we could open up a whole new line of PPEs. We got gloves, we got masks, and we have dog cones for humans. For the restaurants, you can almost see it happening, right? Because it's just after a while, you just get so into it. Every idea sounds like a great idea. Now, the folks over at the Republican Party of Guam that stayed, the ones that didn't get to go with Shelley and Juan and Pudding, have been very, very busy standing up for our rights. They sent out a variety of press releases yesterday. This one is interesting. Senator Regine Bisco-Lee's sneaky amendment fails. Sneaky amendment from a Democrat? Say it isn't so. And then we've got a couple of other press releases. Hawaii Free Press, the Vigilance Committee. We talked with Lee Weber about that yesterday, and he has sprung into action. But then where is it? Here it is. This is the one. Governor and Speaker and Democrats want to throw away people's votes. That was the second one of the great press releases that went out from over at the Republican Party. But there was a third one, right, Mona? There was one where they were talking about how the governor wants to take away all your rights forever and ever and ever, amen. And naturally, that's the one that I didn't print out. Oh, I suck. All right, well, I'll get around to doing that in the next hour of the program. But this one here, Governor, Speaker, and Democrats want to throw away people's votes. So if you're concerned, if you're wondering about which direction the Republican Party is flipping or flopping on the postponement or cancellation of the election, this ought to give you a pretty good idea. The Republican Party of Guam joins the community in sharing our concerns of holding a primary election less than 24 hours from when the governor lifts a stringent executive order that practically resembles martial law. It is absurd that Governor Lulian Guerrero's administration agreed in allowing what could have been a serious public health disaster. Their lack of foresight is gross negligence, and we are glad the community has spoken out. Interestingly, the new solution in discussion by Governor Lulian Guerrero and Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes is a slap in the face of democracy, particularly for those over 2,000 island residents who took advantage of the early voting for the primary election. Even one of their own Democrat senators has an issue with this. The message Governor Leon Guerrero and her puppets in the Guam legislature are telling these island residents is that your voices do not count, and we're throwing away your ballots. Throwing it away. Is it going in the recycle bin for counting a little bit later on? Is it just going to be canned? Spoiled. Spoiled brat, let him be. We'll talk about that and plenty more. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. 7 o'clock in the morning, really, really close to it. Montesilva Tyrant's got news. That's coming up after Fox News Live. We'll find out what the other big deals are with the Republican National Convention et al. And then, of course, we got Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. Double Jerry Roberts today. He's got you got the radio version, and then you got the version of him in the newspaper, and they're both going to be good. 7 a.m. KUSG, I got you 93.3. This is The Point.
Wisconsin's governor calls out the National Guard. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The move aimed at ramping up protection for first responders after protesters set fires and smashed windows last night. The violence erupting after a black man was shot by police. In a bystander video, he appears to ignore shouted warnings from officers before opening his car door and leaning in with his back to them. An officer grabs his shirt as they open fire.
Jacob Blake, who is wanted on a warrant, is in serious condition. A Kenosha police officer also knocked unconscious after being hit in the head with a brick. A state of emergency declared overnight. The officers involved are on paid leave as the state investigates.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Joe Biden calling for a full and transparent investigation, also tweeting that Blake's kids were in the car watching as he was shot. President Trump has said video of the shooting tells a story that's troubling. Day one of the Republican National Convention, and the president wasting no time traveling to Charlotte to help kick it off.
What the president is doing again, as he did last week, is really trying to draw a sharp contrast between himself, Joe Biden, and the DNC in terms of just being out there. Unlike Joe Biden, who spent most of the week of the DNC cooped up in his home in Wilmington, Delaware, the president is following a more traditional route of campaign events, sort of on a path to the convention.
Fox's John Roberts. Delegates socially distancing while nominating the president for re-election earlier today. He still plans to give his acceptance speech from the White House Thursday. He's accusing Democrats of trying to steal the election with mass mailing of ballots. Postmaster Louis DeJoy telling a House hearing he's warned the president's allies attacks on voting by mail are not helpful, calling election mail his top priority.
The Postal Service is fully capable and committed to delivering the nation's ballots securely and on time.
And he again denies that recent postal changes were linked to the November election. America is listening to Fox News.
Pick up dinner for you and the family at Chili's. We got you covered with a variety of delicious family platter options, like our fajita trio, Cajun chicken pasta, or our crispy chicken crispers. Or order off our new menu for you and a friend and indulge in our tasty burgers, tacos, and ribs. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Call 648-7377 or WhatsApp 929-7376 for curbside pickup orders. Or get delivery with good to go. Chili's, you can still savor the moments at home.
GRMC's Neuroscience and Neurology Department treats a wide spectrum of disorders associated with the nervous system, spine, and brain. Some of the more common disorders include seizures, epilepsy, dementia, sleep disorders, migraine, and stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC's neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and the finest neurological doctors. To make an appointment, contact GRMC Specialty Clinics at 645-5500.
New York's Attorney General is asking a court to enforce subpoenas for a probe of the president's business assets.
Attorney General Letitia James is investigating whether President Donald Trump and the Trump Organization inflated the value of assets to secure loans, tax breaks, and other economic benefits. The probe set in motion last year after the president's former personal attorney, Michael Cohen, told Congress that the president falsified the value of his assets to obtain better terms for loans and insurance coverage. The Democratic Attorney General is particularly interested in the valuation of a New York estate owned by the Trump family. A court filing says James's office issued a number of subpoenas and has taken testimony seeking information material to these matters. Investigators have not yet determined whether any laws were broken. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
Zoom experiencing partial outages during the virtual first day of school for thousands more students around the country. Most reports of technical issues were on the East Coast and in Europe, the company apologizing as it was working on a fix. It was kind of fun at first, but some Americans have had enough for now with all the cooking.
If you are sick of making meals for yourself in quarantine, you are not alone. One poll surveying 2,000 Americans about their eating habits over the last few months on behalf of meal delivery service Sunbasket, finding 55% of respondents feel fatigued from cooking for themselves. The average respondent admitting they've whipped up the same meal about 28 times since the pandemic started. Nearly 7 in 10 say they wish cooking was less time-consuming. 53% admit they're opting for more takeout or delivery to catch a break from making dinner every night. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
New records on Wall Street, the S&P and the Nasdaq hitting all-time highs as the Dow soars 378 points, topping 28,300. I'm Lisa Brady, and this is Fox News.
Woo-wee! Just take a gander at them tender and juicy fall-off-the-bone St. Louis ribs. Heavens to Betsy! What is their secret? It's bursting with so much flavor, I can eat them all day long. Come see for yourself, y'all. These fine slabs of hunky-dory, mouth-watering ribs are only available at Circle K. Circle K. Take it easy.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Off a day, it's 7:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. 87 new COVID positive cases reported yesterday from the various labs and clinics on island, and health officials have also identified a couple more school workers and a couple from the port. Guam now has a total of 907 confirmed COVID cases since March. Of those reported yesterday, 11 came from public health, 17 from the Naval Hospital, 31 from the Diagnostic Lab Services, 15 from GMH, and 12 at GRMC, as well as 1 from a private clinic. Of the 87 positives, the 87 positives are out of 880 tests that were performed. The Guam Police Department's dispatch unit has been temporarily relocated to the Dededo Precinct Command because of the COVID case identified at the dispatch center the day before yesterday. On Sunday, the Guam Police Department was made aware of a GFD 911 dispatcher who tested positive. It's according to information from the Joint Information Center. Out of an abundance of caution in assuring the safety of all GPD personnel assigned to the Tactical Communication Center, the GPD dispatchers will be relocating to the Dededo Precinct Command. The JIC says the relocation of the dispatchers will allow personnel to conduct a thorough deep cleaning of that facility. All 911 operations have not been hampered. Guam's current pandemic condition of readiness has mandated all arriving passengers be placed in a 14-day quarantine, and while it may differ from new guidelines implemented by the Centers for Disease Control, the local government maintains its requirement. The CDC is no longer requiring international travelers to undergo quarantine. However, they have given discretion to the states and territories. Guam is continuing to implement their procedures. Guam's stricter quarantine requirements went into place in the last several weeks after the governor noted a spike in positive cases, in particular seen in individuals arriving from recent travel. Meanwhile, the National Guard and Homeland Security will be working to consolidate their quarantine accommodations. Next week, they will have transferred all of its quarantine operations to the Dusit Beach Resort, which is better known as the Outrigger. In a release from the JIC, the new facility will provide the minimum of 300 room capacity needed to sustain the quarantine operations, with the ability to expand to up to 600 rooms. The switchover will take effect on Sunday for all incoming passengers. Individuals scheduled for release from their quarantine on Monday will remain at their quarantine facilities. The governor says a single quarantine facility allows for better case management and service for those in quarantine. The Dusit Beach Resort will be paid $200,000 for 30 days. We'll have more news after this.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hagåtña and Mezcla Dos Upper Tumon are now open for takeout and delivery services. For more information, call now at 479-2652 or 3 or Mezcla Dos at 646-6295. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comfort of your own home. They take your local favorite dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla. Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
The Guam Pacific Daily News is reporting this morning that an announcement will come possibly today from GURA on some rent and mortgage relief programs. The PDN reporting it's waiting for final approval from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which Ray Tapasnia anticipates will come today. The program's details will be shared thereafter. The relief, he says, is funded by the Federal CARES Act. It says more than 2,000 residents are currently on the wait list for some type of help from his agency. And while Guam has always had extensive housing needs, it's further magnified by the current pandemic. Guam fire rescuers were called to 2 rescues yesterday after a group of military personnel ran into some trouble while on a hike near Mount Lam Lam also in the Fenna Reservoir area. GFD was called first on Sunday night when a man got separated from his group. They were able to locate the man and he was transported to Naval Hospital. Then early yesterday morning, they were called yet again when another member of the same group got lost around Mount Lam Lam. Rescue units were able to search. However, they were informed a little bit later on that he was found along the roadway. He was taken to Naval Hospital. The military is now investigating the incident. Well, Guam Election Commission still moving forward with their plan for this weekend's primaries while the legislature weighs some options to either cancel the vote or postpone it. The governor had asked that the elections be canceled after the Election Commission also asked the governor to cancel the elections that are scheduled for Saturday. Some senators are awaiting the AG's opinion, but others are asking for the vote to be postponed instead of canceled. Senators, nonetheless, will go into an emergency session at 11 o'clock on Thursday. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Thanks, Mon. It says partly sunny, isolated showers and thunderstorms today, becoming scattered around midday. Southeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Daytime highs today should be about 89 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 94. Tonight through Wednesday night, mostly cloudy, isolated showers and thunderstorms. Showers becoming scattered around midday. Light variable winds overnight. Lows should be about 78 degrees and highs around 89 degrees. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:36. Hashtag tell the others. You know where we're going to be. You know where the outrigger area is, right around there. I think that's where I'm hashtagging tell the others that I'm going to be at tonight. 7:12 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. And then we've got the meme machine is on, and 988-5874. What's for breakfast? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You can eat this at any time of the day. Now, my recipe calls for rice and Vienna sausage, and I'll throw some Tabasco and soy sauce in there. This is Gus Castro DeSangus, I believe, who has sent this imagery up here, and he's a true culinary wild man, a maverick, if you will. There's no Tabasco in there. There's no soy sauce. It's sticky rice, Vienna sausage, and sriracha. You know what? I could be convinced. 7:13, that's news and weather together. This is The Point.
What's it like to apply for a mortgage with FHB Digital? It's filling out your application between work and yoga. It's having your mortgage documents retrieved for you, or making it easy to upload with a click. It's hitting the save button when your toddler needs a kiss, and talking to a loan officer if you have questions. Bank at the speed of your life with FHB Digital. Learn more at fhb.com/digitalhome. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
GPSI Guam is a professional technical services company that is a registered contractor for the federal government. They are SBA approved, 8A, and HubZone certified, providing program and project management, administration, technical support, logistics, and commodities. Find out more about GPSI and how they can help you today. Contact GPSI if you need assistance in meeting your small business subcontracting goals at 671-477-3058. They'll be happy to assist.
What am I supposed to do here? Portions of the program brought to you by these guys. Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for all of your specialty care needs. And the guys over at Security Title. That's Ron and Kim's joint. And maybe you're in the midst of some kind of a real estate transaction. And you're like, I can't do it. I can't. I thought I was smart. I'm not. You're smart. It's complicated business. The people know it best are Ron and Kim over at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
It's a beautiful morning. But if it turns ugly, now just a note, hopefully wherever you're listening to this broadcast at, it is certainly more stable than it was yesterday. There's something that was providing some interference on a line that we use between here and our transmitter site. Now, I changed that to a different thing. We have multiple things here, as you might imagine. So I changed it to a different thing. Now, the only problem with this different thing is in the occasion where it rains like the Dickens. Sometimes we'll encounter what's called rain fade, and it is possible that somewhere between here and where the receiver for that is, it could rain like the Dickens again today, like it did yesterday. The signal is still there. We're still transmitting. We're still broadcasting. It just might not be able to pick it up as clearly as you normally would. It's a thing. And you've got every system in the world, and sometimes everything works like it's supposed to, and then every once in a while, it rains. So the recommendation, a bunch of different ways that you can listen to the radio station. Tune in live, obviously, has got a great stream that we send to all the time. There's Streama is one of those other spots. You can watch what's happening on the Ray Gibson other live feed on YouTube. You can watch us all the time on Facebook Live and at thepoint.gu is where you can go. And, in fact, there's even a small HTML app that you can download and put on the home screen on whatever it is that you're listening on. And you can use that to be able to listen in crystal clear digital clarity, or whatever the other big buzzwords are in broadcasting. I'm not sure. 888-825-5880-TALK is the telephone number. 7:16 in the morning. Is it time to take a look at what happened on the market? Let's do that. Let's go to the market. Google investing $100 million in telehealth provider Amwell, might be Armwell, which will use the Google Cloud. Everything is moving to the cloud. If you are using any kind of sophisticated technology, call your vendor and ask him what the cloud solution is, and he'll go, yeah, I'll be happy to sell you our cloud solution. What is that, about double what you originally paid for the system? But it's cloud. It's cloud, MB. It's good. Dow Jones Industrial Average, 28,308. You know why? Trump, baby. Trump, 28,308, picked up 378 points overnight. The NASDAQ at 11,379, up by 67 points. Again, the S&P 500 clearing 3431. They picked up 34 points in overnight trade. FTSE is up by 102. The Nikkei banging today, 22,985. They picked up 65 points. Hang Seng Index, biggest winner of all this morning, 25,551, with a whopping 437 points in the green. Shanghai's looking, it's green, 33.85, and the DAX picks up 301 points to close at 13,066. Big winners in the S&P: American Airlines, Carnival Corp, United Airlines picks up 10 points in S&P trade. We'll take a look at the big winners on the Dow. Boeing, Dow, American Express, Exxon Mobil, and J.P. Morgan Chase. Now, I haven't gone into the interstitials on this. I understand that Boeing is still selling airplanes. Is it possible that maybe some of the airlines looking a little bit better today than yesterday, because the CDC has come out with a new ruling? I first got heads up on this from Dr. Tom Shea, he's been kind of the quarantine guy around here lately, hasn't he? And the deal is now that the CDC has kind of backed away from their initial guidance on quarantine. So where we would normally say, all right, you're coming in from a hot spot, you're coming in from the danger zone, then you're going to have to cool your heels someplace like the Deuce-It for about, 2 weeks. But the CDC now has changed that. They've backed away from that. And you might be wondering, especially if you're like me and you've got friends and family off island thinking about coming back to Guam, is now the time to do it? No, because we just signed a deal with the Deuce-It. We're going to let that thing run out for heaven's sakes. We can't just stop. We can't just stop and change. We got, a couple $100,000 that they want to spend on that? For all the different rooms they've got there. Story from Fox News. The Centers for Disease Control on Friday dropped its recommendation for travelers to quarantine for 14 days upon arriving from trips overseas or out of state during the coronavirus pandemic. They updated their guidelines on the site. Though the 2-week recommendation was changed, the federal agency did caution travelers that they can still contract the novel coronavirus while they're traveling. You may feel well and not have any symptoms, but you can still spread COVID-19 to others. You and your travel companions, including kids, may spread COVID-19 to other people, including your family, friends, and communities for 14 days after you are exposed to the virus. What do we do if we don't want to spread to our friends and family in the community? What? Do they lock me away in the gilded cage that is the Deuce-It? CDC recommends travelers wear masks inside. Just inside, guys. Wash your hands, maintain social distance guidelines, and monitor yourself for symptoms of COVID-19. But that ain't going to be good enough around here because, like I said, they got a deal now. 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Anything else on the business side that I thought might be interesting to you? There might have been. Where's that story? Where did I put the story? I wanted to tell you about what was going on with Boris and the PTAC guys. This coming week, the 27th, how to get WOSB certified. Work continues. This will go down in telework too because it's they do this on the web. WOSB is now an official SBA certification program. They will discuss the new certification process as well as supporting document requirements. Now, you want to talk about doing business in this Corona age? Pick up a copy of the newspaper and check out former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. He's got an article talking about business and business opportunities and some brainstorming that is being done by my buddy Charlie Hermosa and Pearl Cordera. You want details on that? Like I said, it's in a newspaper. Also in the newspaper this morning, Jerry Roberts. We've got double the extra point today because Jerry Roberts is going to be on the radio, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the guys over at First Hawaiian Bank. And then we've got him in the forum section of the Guam Daily Post. Very, very interesting articles, including the one from the Post, their actual editorial that is suggesting that the governor reverse a policy that doesn't work, revisit the ban on individual fitness activities at beaches and parks. Do we have a sound effect that might go with that kind of naivety? Yeah, it like, and they're looking at it, go, we recognize maybe this wasn't the brightest thing, but it's okay to walk it back if you want to. It's it'll show how human you are. It will make it in correcting ourselves, even in a very public way, is being human, according to the people over at the Guam Daily Post. You think that'll happen?
I don't know.
It's okay.
It might.
She'll look at that and go, "You're right." Sure. Guam's COVID response, what's missing is hope. And that rings a little bit familiar. In the last couple of days, I've made reference to a hope deficit here. People that thought they were doing things the right way and going about their business and getting hand sanitized and having their temperature checked and maintain social distancing to find out that, I don't know, somebody else has gotten more than 1 or 2 COVID boogers, and now we're back into the stone age of COVID. It's the start, stop. And I think that creates that hope deficit.
Yeah, what I referenced in last week's Work Zone in the Post was the fact that there's 2 or 3 ways that companies and countries, rather, and municipalities have gone about this. We've chosen the way that is basically lock down, open up, lock down, open up, and waiting on a vaccine. All the eggs are in one basket, waiting on the vaccine. If the vaccine never comes, because coronaviruses have historically been resistant to those things, or if herd immunity doesn't come for, I don't know how long, year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever, then where are you? I mean, and I think people have lost hope in how is this, what's the end game? When is this thing going to, culminate.
Cousin Troy asking the very same question on Candid News last night.
And I think the problem is, I don't think anybody has been able to address that. And I don't think anybody has addressed that from the government other than to say we're hoping for a vaccine to come forward or some kind of medical treatment that will alleviate this problem. So, I mean, a lot of people looking at that saying, okay, when?
Sure. We know that the vaccine, if it's a ways, is a ways off. It's on the way. They're working on things.
They're talking about October, but, you know, on the other side of it, you hear people talk about it'll be at least a year before it's actually implemented. Not October. It's not going to be, well, okay, I think we have one. Let's push it out and get everybody, you know, inoculated. It's not going to happen like that.
And there might be some people that don't want the inoculation. They are worried what the side effects might be for them.
So if it's a year, what's the plan? If it's 2 years, what's the plan? And I think that becomes the issue that a lot of people look at that and go, oh, man. You know, is this ever going to end?
I don't normally quote from inside your things because I want people to go read it, but I like this. The uptick in virus infections wasn't caused by widespread negligence of businesses. It was a direct result of certain people not taking personal responsibility seriously. That's one reason this lockdown has infuriated so many. Not masking up at a funeral or other gatherings or people breaking self-quarantine to go bar hopping cannot be laid at the feet of the business community, nor can you blame Lou for that. These situations are avoidable. How about no mask, no funeral? Maybe close places that encourage violations and tighten quarantine restrictions. Those sound like practical ideas as opposed to everybody is punished now.
Well, and another factor in there that my brother-in-law is a mayor. I didn't check on him before I put this in. I have long, forever, and then 2 or 3 times on this platform, I've mentioned that I've thought that the mayors should be deputized to deal with this because there are gatherings going on in the community.
They can see it.
Okay, they can see it. I know it's not great for political reasons if you're running, but the other thing is, I mean, the mayors are out there. I mean, you put them in conjunction with the GPD in some way, perhaps, and they cite people. I mean, if you want to find the problems...
No, one guy has cited people. One did, the mayor in Petey, wasn't it, that cited somebody? I don't think there's been any other citations.
I'm saying
they can.
That would be the issue. If you want to tighten down on gatherings, I mean, that would be a way to do it. Do it at the village level. I don't know. I mean, you got to look for other solutions than what we're doing.
Then stop, start.
And by telling people they can't go to the park and the rest of it and blaming business. I think there are ways to handle this problem, but you're going to have to be creative. You're going to have to marshal your resources a little bit differently than we've been doing it.
And transparent.
Be transparent about the numbers and where they're coming from and get other people involved in the process. I made another pitch for the summit in there.
Yeah. Well, there are more voices asking for summits and transparency, and we'll talk about those in a little bit. 7:26 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the studio, and the Extra Point again brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it starts with yes at the ATM.
It would have been Kobe Bryant's 42nd birthday yesterday. Something I watched reminded me of maybe the most important element of his greatness as a basketball player. It's something you and I can channel to make our respective games better. That's next on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
A homeowner's policy protects much more than just your house. It also protects you against claims from someone being hurt on your property. If a visitor is injured at your place, how much are you covered for? The smart thing to do is get the answer today.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
After particularly tough losses, including when beaten in the NBA Finals, Kobe Bryant sought out the one thing that seemed to make perfect sense in his world. Perfect sense out of the defeat. He would work out early in the morning, the next morning, and then go to the basketball court, to practice. When others might stay in bed or lie around the house watching TV or hit up social media, Kobe went to work. He would work on certain shots or his footwork or imagine defending an opponent. He might work on whatever it was his most recent opponent had done to beat him. While it was fresh in his mind, he would solve his problems and get better. I played competitive sports growing up. I understand the mindset. When I first played baseball, I didn't understand the benefits of practicing after school during the week before games playing on the weekend. It was just fun to me. We all ran around, got a few swings at the plate. That was it. It was a routine. We knew it by heart. Later, I would realize that routines were fine. We all have them. But it was the practicing of specific things within those routines that made us better. Practicing with my teammates was a routine. Doing warm-up exercises, taking my 10 swings, catching balls in the outfield, all were part of the routine. What was not routine was the coach coming to me and throwing me nothing but curveballs, low in the strike zone. For a time, those pitches gave me big trouble. Little by little, after I saw a ton of them in practice, they became less of a problem. This is not limited to sports. I've seen the same thing with artists and musicians. They painted every day, but it got more meaningful when they practiced the strokes that never seemed to come out the way they wanted until the day they did. I knew people who practiced piano or guitar for hours, and it always sounded great to me, only they knew that certain guitar licks weren't perfect, or they just didn't seem to hit the keys right on specific chords. The daily playing was the routine, but when they got to the part that was a serious challenge, they focused their attention and energy on meeting it. It was game on to them. If you've got time right now because of the lockdown, start thinking of the things you want to improve. This could be sports, a hobby, even work-related. Think about the way you practice or approach what you're doing, the routines. Then think of what it would take to raise your game, the specifics that you can work on. Kobe Bryant built his legendary career on those specifics, each designed to deliver a certain result at a certain time. His practice was focused on making him better to accomplish a definite goal. It was intentional, and we can do the same. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
There's that word again, intentional.
It's true.
There's that word again, intentional. You got to, and it's one of those things in my mind where you got to mask out the time and say, I'm going to get this done, and I'm going to, there will be success on the other side.
Will be. What triggered this? I intended to come in today and do another thing on body clocks and all that.
Yeah.
But I was watching this thing on YouTube yesterday, and it was him in an interview with somebody, and he was talking about having lost the championship to the Detroit Pistons. I think that's what it was, or the Boston Celtics. And he got on the plane because both were away defeats when the final game was played and they lost. And he talked about getting back, and he was up at 5 o'clock the next morning, and then he went to the gym, working on precisely what it was that they beat him with. And, I mean, you think about that. Everybody else is moaning about the defeat and wondering, oh, woe is us, and all the rest of it, and watching TV. And he's in the gym, and he's in the basketball court working on exactly what it was that took him down.
Yep.
And you think about that, and that's just amazing. When I saw that and heard him say it, I said, that's tomorrow. I got to write that. I started writing because I thought that's just an amazing mindset.
But the other part of you got to go back to the expertise, though. I mean, he recognized what the problem was, knew the drill to fix it. And there are so many people that want to fix things, but might not necessarily. And this is where coaching becomes super, super important. Even Tiger Woods has a coach. And so it becomes one of those things where you really need to be honest with yourself. And if there's something that you don't know, then find somebody, maybe even a competitor, that will be able to help you and see where that problem is that you might not be able to see. I lost. It's like when I was in high school. I didn't, and still to this day, I don't know how to take tests. When a test comes in front of me, I am completely baffled as to why those are the questions the teacher threw at me for those tests. Other kids never seem to have that problem, and it wasn't until after I graduated from high school that I realized what the problem was, which is I'm an idiot. But once I knew that, then it made it so that I could. It helped sort out what the thinking is, what the important key points are that you've got to learn in order to get a decent grade on a test.
Now, you know who he would go to? One of his confidants was Michael Jordan.
Ding, 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 ding.
Another Bill Russell of the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
These old guys that had won championships, that were the pillars of the game at different points along the way, he would talk to them. and say, well, geez, what do you think?
I got a thing, yeah.
How would this work? And they would give him an idea, and he would go try.
These are the times of calling in favors. These are the times of creating favors for people. So if you're having a hard time with your business or whatever in these COVID times, reach out to somebody, and they might be able to help you.
Someone's had your problem.
Yes, somebody's, and we got two old guys here in the studio, former competitors at that, and we know a thing or two about what it takes to climb out from holes and who to talk to when you're in a situation that you have never seen before.
Yes,
so-called unprecedented times. It's 7:33 in the morning. That's Jerry Roberts. He does the Extra Point. And for transcripts on this and others, go to GuamTraining.com on the World Wide Web. He can do virtual training as well. So if
we are ready for it,
ready for virtual training. So if you've got a whole bunch of new people in the office, or if you've got some people back and you need to drill in a couple of things, now would be a good time to set up some Zooms.
And Live to Lead in 2020 will be virtual.
Whoa!
It's set up and ready to go.
We'll run the ads when it's time. Auntie Loli Kemet of Remax Diamond Realty, speaking of ads, brings you the 7:30 news headlines. Real estate needs, you got them. Call Auntie Loli. She'll solve all those problems. 688-6743. Top End Pest Control. You want to talk about expertise? This guy knows what kind of bug that is and exactly how to kill it. Cockroach. I used a box today of soap. Little soap, just like that. Killed it. Kenny's got more sophisticated methods. You might want to give him a ring. 7:30 News also brought to you by GPSI Guam. Call them at 477-3058. Now with news, here's Mata Silva Tyron.
GFD rescuers were called to a couple of rescues in the southern mountains, and a couple of service members marked safe, but were taken to Naval Hospital for observation. One man went missing on Sunday night near Fenna Lake. He was eventually found. The search for the second man was called early yesterday. He was eventually found on a roadway. Both men were taken to the Naval Hospital. Apparently, they were part of the same hiking group, the military investigating the incidents. The Guam Election Commission is still moving forward with its plans for this weekend's primary elections. While the legislature weighs their options for either canceling or postponing the vote, the emergency session set for 11 a.m. on Thursday. And the governor apparently got word of a protest scheduled for this afternoon in Tumon and has now issued a stern warning that such an event could potentially spread the virus and may also cause for a prolonged lockdown. They Give Us Back Our Freedom protest will be from 4 to 6:30 at the Outrigger intersection today in Tumon. Its organizers are upset over the governor's new lockdown and shutdown of the island economy. They are encouraging participants to wear a mask and follow social distancing guidelines. And 87 new COVID-positive cases were counted yesterday. Guam now has a total of 907 confirmed cases since testing started back in March. Out of the 880 tests performed, the 87 positives were identified. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Thanks, Mona. 7:36 in the morning is iConnect time. There's an iConnect over at the mall, but they're kind of shut down in operations because, the mall's been kind of shut down in operations. They can still do curbside stuff. Main office open from 9:30 until 3:30 every day. Recommendations, phone call before you go. 888-8888. Call iConnect.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Kemet of Remax Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Kemet from Remax Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
What's that? Oh, what? Not traffic yet. Portions of the program. Hold off on that one. Brought to you, the guys, by the guys over at KFC. They got a whole bunch to celebrate, up to and including the fact that they have got some new flavors for their chicken wings. KFC's got hot wings, now better than ever, with buffalo, honey barbecue, or unsauced. KFC's got the flavors you're looking for. Drive-through service available. Call 300-FAST for delivery. KFC. It's finger-licking good. Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs. I got right now traffic is the Gizmo up. I was looking at something a little bit earlier that had popped up over by, you know where the Calvary Chapel Church is over around Dead Man's Curve. I was kind of taking a look at some of that here this morning because I wanted to see what the heck is that all about. Wasn't able to make any heads or tails, and it looks like most of it is gone now. Might slow you down southbound if you're headed in that direction from the north side. Getting into the downtown Sumai area because you want to go visit the people on the Ron Reagan. Incidentally, not allowed. They are having a good time, I'm told, and have been tested a zillion times, so stop freaking out. We got a little bit of traffic lining up over at the front of Anderson, Big Navy in Sumai. A little bit of traffic in Shoreline as well that's moving slower than traffic in the front. Intersection traffic most of the rest of the way. Let me go all the way up north to Anderson Air Force Base, and doesn't look like there's anything heavy at that entrance there. 738 right now, traffic on the point.
$5 footlong.
They're back. Any footlong is a $5 footlong when you buy one at regular price. At participating locations, Subway, eat fresh.
What's it like to apply for a mortgage with FHB Digital? It's filling out your application between work and yoga. It's having your mortgage documents retrieved for you, or making it easy to upload with a click. It's hitting the save button when your toddler needs a kiss, and talking to a loan officer if you have questions. Bank at the speed of your life with FHB Digital. Learn more at fhb.com/digitalhome. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
My very close, very dear personal friend, Dr. Shay, Chinese one, sent me a thing. I'd like to. I want to share it with you here on the screen. What you can and can't do on Oahu as of August 20th. Now, I'm not putting this out here to compare and contrast what the different restrictions are in Oahu, which is one of the islands in Hawaii. Maybe you've heard of it. Probably traveled through it. You got a Burger King. Used to be a place. They used to have a little bar there in the old back in the old days called Stingeray's.
Oh,
yeah. You know I bought the shirt, right? Yeah. Anyway, 20 away from here's what you can and can't do on Oahu as of August the 20th, 2020. You cannot sit on the beach, but you can swim in the ocean.
Crabs.
I think maybe what I am trying to do here
But
is.
can you sit on the ocean? Can you sit in the ocean?
Is there SUP? Can you stand up paddle boarding? Is the thing? Maybe I am trying to compare. Our word here is matapeng. What's the Hawaiian word for matapeng? There's got to be in the thing. You know, there's
I don't think you can say that on
huli
the air.
huli aloha kapakai. I don't know. I'm thinking that Joe Coy bit now, where he sings All right, so you cannot sit on the beach. You cannot step foot in a city park. You cannot hike in the city or state parks or trails. No guests at your home. I was going to say prove it. What was it? What was one of the guidance that came out? You know, you must stay in your respective homes. Okay. All right, lady. Good plan. You may not have a barbecue in your backyard with anyone you don't live with. No team sports. You cannot swim in a hotel pool, but you can visit a water park. What?
Visit but not swim?
No swimming in a hotel pool, but you can visit a water park. You may not go bowling, hotbed of COVID-19 activity. No mini golf indoors. You may not go to a bar, and you may not play in an arcade. Now, understanding that, and maybe that would be the governor's thing. Maybe this is what they ought to do, is in addition to these restrictions. But hey, here's what you can do. Look at all the things that you still can do, i.e., you can work out at the gym, which would be awesome if we could do that here. You can visit a private park, dine at an indoor restaurant with up to 4 friends. How would you like to be the 5th friend, the one that doesn't get the call? We've only got room at the table. It's just me and 4 other people. And
Side chat.
You didn't make the top 4. You can attend a real estate viewing. You can visit a water park. You can swim in the ocean. You just can't sit on the beach. You can go to the city zoo. You can play at an outdoor golf course, buy a new car, go shopping at the mall, attend religious services, get your hair cut in a salon. Like civilized human beings. Get your hair cut in a salon.
Or if you have friends who are haircutter,
Haircuttery people,
you can
barbers.
have them come to your house.
Is
like
the
you're
word
the
that
governor.
you're looking for. You can get a tattoo.
What?
Tattoo Shauna. If we were, it's like an alternate universe,
It's a no
right?
contact tattoo, though.
Right. We can only touch you with the needles. You can get your nails done. You can get a massage. You can get your pants tailored. You can bake in a tanning bed, visit a museum, visit an art gallery, or go to the movies. You can do all of those things on Oahu.
What I would do for a massage.
Man, what they have the good coronavirus.
If we could only afford to live there.
We have the suck one. We have the suck coronavirus. We've got the one where you can't do anything. You can't go to the movies or anything. Oh, wait a second. Aren't they the same? 7:43 in the morning, 888-825-5888. TALK is the telephone number. Ray Gibson here on the radio. Mike Side with Montesilva Tire and Real Joe Cruz. And we get a chance to talk with Lee Weber again. We're talking the other day about the Vigilance Committee and how they've been accepted by, I don't know, one of these, higher and greater vigilance communities that we've got out there. And not one to let the grass grow under his feet. The Vigilance Committee on Guam has now issued a FOIA request to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Good morning, Lee.
Good morning, Ray. How are you?
You know what? I'm pretty good. Just somewhere between annoyed and amused. You know the feeling? Okay.
I've been listening to you, so yes, I do.
Yes, you know the feeling. The headline on the press release: "We demand transparency, not tyranny, with government decision making." What is the nature of the FOIA request to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero that you sent out?
A copy of the FOIA request went with the press release.
I know I could read it, but it's more fun to ask you. God, you are such a straight line. You know that? You're just 90 degrees.
No, it's just we're looking for the notes and the communications and the discussions that went on with the medical group that guides her in making the decisions that she makes relative to the community.
There is a growing concern.
Those have not been open, and at least to the best of our knowledge, they haven't been open. And we believe the community has a right to know how those decisions are made. They're government decisions. The government is by and for the people, and constitutionally, she has a responsibility to be fair and open and honest with that information. And so do those people who are involved.
Well, I agree. Growing concern, you write, in the community regarding the transparency of decision-making made on behalf of the people of Guam by the governor and the powerful few seated on or seated as advisors to the governor's Physicians Advisory Council. There have been allegations of biased decision-making because some of the people on this Physicians Council may have private business arrangements that benefit from what or would appear to benefit from some of the decisions that are being made, and people want to know more about that. And for the sake of transparency, we'd like to know why we are in BS Con 1 at this point. Yeah, we saw some numbers go up, but you told the CDC just a few days ago that we're ready for any spike in hospitalization.
Well, I think, all we're asking for is information. And the dilemma today, I think, is that too often people who are in positions of authority revert to electronic communications, text messages, and the like, not thinking necessarily that falls under the open government laws. And I think that people have a right to know when board members or commission members or people of that ilk are communicating and making decisions between themselves that then get put forth to the community, and those constraints get put upon the citizenry. And then they have a right to know why and who makes them and under what circumstances they've been made.
There's in the back end of this is the FOIA request for any and all public records of the roster of members who attended the aforementioned meetings, any and all public records of your operating rules, especially those rules regarding the use of various types of communications, mediums, video conferencing, electronic forms of communications, face-to-face conferencing, or the like, any and all minutes of meetings held by the Physicians Advisory Council and its advisors since the inception. And they've got a handful of days to be able to respond to something like this. And once you get the information, you'll no doubt pour over that with other members of the vigilance community. And would that satisfy you, or is there other information that you're looking for?
I think we'll be satisfied when the government is totally open and honest and forthright with the people who pay them.
I must say you're not alone. There's another institute, the Grassroot Institute. I was talking about privileges and restrictions in Oahu, and it might be interesting for you to look up the Hawaii Free Press today and look for an article, "Time to Come Clean About COVID Crisis." When it comes to Hawaii's coronavirus lockdowns, it seems like deja vu all over again. After clamping down in March on Hawaii's economic and social activities, then gradually reopening ever so slightly, lockdown measures more strict than ever were imposed this week, with the promise of lasting at least through mid-September. To call the public's reaction mixed would be an understatement. Some people are worried they're on the cusp of a very serious wave of infections and deaths. Some worry that our economy cannot weather the impact of another lockdown. Some argue that generalized lockdowns were never an effective way to address the virus, that the state isn't equipped to follow through with tracing and other methods, or that additional restrictions won't be effective. Just to be clear, Lee, the Grassroot Institute isn't here to engage in second-guessing the state leadership, nor are we here to nitpick. We are here to offer constructive policy options intended to expand individual liberty, accountable government, and economic prosperity. And they go on to bring up some of the same points that you're bringing up, is who's making all these decisions? Where is this all coming from? We want to see more of the data. COVID transparency. There's two words that don't seem to go together.
No, I think, Ray, one of the problems is and I don't know if you read the Candid, I think it was an editorial by Candid News today, and just the general lack of planning, and this isn't just recently, this is an ongoing perennial problem with government, period, not just government of Guam, but government, period. And the lack of the ability of the government to adequately deal with things like this and come up with a viable plan that actually addresses it. I mean, the reality is this virus is not going to go away. It's not going to miraculously vanish because we lock down for 1 week, 2 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 months. Mm-hmm. It's still going to be there. And it's better to face it, deal with it, and consciously know, okay, here are the downsides to this. There could potentially be this many fatalities. Here's an educational campaign to get people to wear masks, to wash their hands, to stay distanced from each other. I mean, the gathering that's scheduled for today from 4 to 6 p.m. down in Tuman is a hopefully a peaceful demonstration, and hopefully everybody who decides to attend that will have a mask and stay distanced from each other, and consider the fact that if
that's part of the initiatives of the rally, is to remind people, wash your hands, wear a mask 6 feet.
And well, 6 feet is okay, but if you're downwind and you got gusts of wind, that could change the distancing too. I mean, there's a lot of things that people must consider. But the biggest thing to consider is it's not going away, and locking us down isn't the solution. Dealing with it adequately is. I mean, where are they at in the stage of getting this hospital with the Navy? Has the governor spoken for the admiral? Have they made a decision? Are they in the process of putting these tents up that they had up and took down? I mean, there's a lot of information that just simply doesn't get disseminated to the community. And if you disseminate good quality, constant information to the community, you have less frustration. You have less turmoil in the community. You have fewer people like me saying, why aren't you disseminating the information? And it's not rocket science. It really isn't. It's just good leadership. And we're lacking that, in my opinion, because we're not getting what we as taxpayers have a right to and deserve.
Well, I was immediately concerned as we start talking about this, and I'm hearing from different doctors about how GRMC was on divert last night, and that there are more and more people that are testing positive and showing up over at Guam Memorial Hospital. But we're not hearing that from official sources. Is there a problem? And the other point that you bring up and Candid brought up, I thought effectively, was what have we been doing? Not just in the last 5 months. That's question number one. What have we been doing in the last 5 months? If we are, in fact, in the midst of a surge that is overwhelming our existing healthcare facilities, what have we been doing in the last 5 months to shore up, to strengthen, to harden those healthcare facilities? I thought that was the whole point of it.
But it's not just 5 months.
No, Candid makes a good point.
Years.
Yeah.
It's years of, let me put it this way, political, in my opinion, intentional political maneuvering as it relates to major medical facilities on this island, and not adequately addressing concerns within those medical communities, i.e. GMH.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you look at the urgent care facility, did anybody know the air conditioning system wasn't working? Well, my guess is probably. What did they do to address
guys at the Red Horse? I think some of their environmental control gear came from Red Horse. Obviously, Esther Agagi had to know about it.
Yeah, but the point is that, I mean, I can think of numerous instances, which I won't go into, where political decisions were made rather than management-type decisions were made that were used to run medical facilities on this island, where if they had done them a bit differently and a bit more from the standpoint of fixing a problem rather than patching a problem, we'd be a lot better off today. I mean, and I think the people in positions of leadership in those institutions know that. And I just don't understand why the decisions weren't made. I know they were politically driven.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, from my standpoint, Ray, if you're elected to political office, it doesn't make you omniscient. It just makes you somebody that was popular and you got put into office. Maybe you weren't popular. Maybe you were strategic and you got put into political office. But the point is your responsibility at that point remains doing what is best for the entire community, no single entity, the entire community. And that means certain people will have problems with what you do. Other people will be happy with what you do. But if you're doing it right, the entire community, long term, broad spectrum, will benefit from that. And that's really what leadership is about when it comes to being a political leader. I mean, you're not there to make everybody happy. You can't. It's an impossibility. It's kind of like when I was a publisher. I can't make everybody happy.
Well, you remind me, Lee, that you were also on the board at Guam Memorial Hospital. So if there's long-standing issues out there, you have seen them, you have witnessed them, and you've witnessed. I want to say it goes back to a time where we referred to the problems there. The popular phrase was systemic instability, and it seems to me that we were never ever able to solve that problem. 7:55. I'm gonna let you run.
All right.
Yeah, because I know you got to walk the dog or something like that.
Yeah,
I'll see you soon, buddy. 888-8255, 756 in the morning. Lee Weber from the Vigilance Committee with a FOIA to the governor's office asking for who was at the meeting, what did you guys talk about, where is the record of those conversations? Going back to the guys at the Grassroots Institutes, we've got plenty of information about the general dangers of COVID-19, the number of infections and deaths, but there is a lack of public trust. There is a lack of public trust in the decision-making process. In short, we need more COVID transparency. The public isn't alone in wanting to see more of the data. At a recent meeting of the Hawaii House Select Committee on COVID-19 Economic and Financial Preparedness, committee members wanted more data so as to provide better transparency and accountability in addressing the crisis. Committee members pointed out that they had better information about the source of new cases. It would improve both policy and public communications. And we know, you take a look at where the numbers are, we know that there are cohorts. We know that there are groups out there one way or the other that we're getting together. that perhaps should not have or weren't following the guidelines on social distancing or mask wearing. We're starting to hear more about that. But again, I'm not getting that information from official sources. I'm getting anecdotal things. I got this letter here from Jim Moylan. That's Senator Jim Moylan to Lillian Posadas. A few days ago, a message was going viral which outlined some grave concerns with GMH, particularly with the ability to manage the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the items raised include there are only 5 ICU beds, of which, on the date of the message circulating, 4 were being utilized. While you've got 75 ventilators, there's only enough staff to manage 15 of them. Currently, 14 are being utilized. COVID beds at the skilled nursing unit cannot be utilized since the air conditioning is not operable. Considering the concerns that were raised, I got a few questions. Are these valid issues that the hospital is currently facing? If so, can we use CARES Act funds to address these issues, particularly with the air conditioning chiller at the skilled nursing unit? Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. They want to buy bounce houses with that. They want to buy the glamping with that money. We don't want to fix the aircon at skilled nursing unit. We'll just keep the mold down. Is there a reason why additional staff cannot manage the ventilator machines, and what can the legislature do to assist? Interesting questions. Interesting questions that we've got. A little bit spooky. A nurse friend of mine put out a thing on Facebook that said, hey, GMH and GRMC are looking for nurses. It's kind of like that scene from that movie Airplane where the stewardess comes out and says, everything is all right. By the way, does anybody know how to land a plane? That's the way that felt to me. What do you mean they're looking for nurses over at the place? And I asked her what she meant by that. She said hospital chief nursing officers and Xenia at Public Health have the info on the status of staffing. The board is just trying to help facilitate communications between the agencies and community nurses, military spouse nurses who might be able to help. But the word that I'm getting, again, unofficial, is Guam Memorial Hospital is full. Are they full of COVID patients, or are they full of just, there are a lot of sick people on Guam right now, and we'll see what kind of answers we can get for you before the end of the day. 8 o'clock in the morning, the radio station, KUSG, Agutnia 93.3. This is The Point, and what have we got coming up? Fox News Live is going to be happening. Then we get into the 8 o'clock portion of the program, and be plenty more people to talk to and plenty more issues to chase down. Love to hear what you've got to say about whatever it is that you've been listening to. Hit me up on the Facebook Live. Love to get the messages there. And if you've got something cool that you would like to share with everybody, 988-5874. That's 988-5874. Yeah, same hospital since the 70s. Same problems since the 70s. 8 o'clock. This is The Point.
The land of promise. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's the theme for the opening night of the Republican National Convention. President Trump is expected to accept the renomination Thursday night, but he's not waiting in the shadows until then. He spoke earlier today in Mills River, North Carolina, about progress in combating COVID-19.
We expect to have a vaccine available before the end of the year, and maybe a lot sooner than that.
The president also saying he is authorizing another $1 billion in the Food for Families program that's been assisting families during the pandemic. Some of the featured speakers tonight include former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. Fox News Radio's Democracy 2020 coverage of the Republican National Convention live tonight starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Download the Fox News app. Click Listen to listen live. Louisiana on high alert as a pair of tropical systems takes aim at the state. Marco is falling apart, but is still bringing heavy rain. But Tropical Storm Laura could hit as a Category 3 hurricane.
We know that the water in the Gulf is very warm and will fuel the storm, and so they expect that Laura will strengthen significantly and in a relatively short period of time as it starts moving through the Gulf towards Louisiana.
Governor John Bel Edwards, Laura has killed at least 11 people in the Dominican Republic and Haiti. It's also knocked out power and caused major flooding. The National Guard's been called in to assist in keeping the peace in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after a black man was shot in the back, apparently by a police officer. Last night, protesters set cars on fire and smashed windows over the wounding of 29-year-old Jacob Blake. He is hospitalized in serious condition. Jerry Falwell Jr. has resigned as president of Liberty University, according to a school official. This coming after he issued a statement claiming a man his wife was having an affair with attempted to blackmail them. America is listening to Fox News.
Pick up dinner for you and the family at Chili's. We got you covered with a variety of delicious family platter options, like our fajita trio, Cajun chicken pasta, or our crispy chicken crispers. Or order off our new menu for you and a friend and indulge in our tasty burgers, tacos, and ribs. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Call 648-7377 or WhatsApp 929-7376 for curbside pickup orders. Or get delivery with Good to Go. Chili's, you can still savor the moments at home.
Hofady, this is Kayla from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
New York's Attorney General asking a court to enforce the subpoenas into an investigation of President Trump and his business assets.
Attorney General Letitia James is investigating whether President Donald Trump and the Trump Organization inflated the value of assets to secure loans, tax breaks, and other economic benefits. The probe set in motion last year after the president's former personal attorney, Michael Cohen, told Congress that the president falsified the value of his assets to obtain better terms for loans and insurance coverage. The Democratic Attorney General is particularly interested in the valuation of a New York estate owned by the Trump family. A court filing says James's office issued a number of subpoenas and has taken testimony seeking information material to these matters. Investigators have not yet determined whether any laws were broken. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
Airlines taking more steps to keep passengers and crew safe.
American Airlines will be using a new coating called Surface Wise 2 that kills coronaviruses and bacteria on surfaces for up to 7 days. Reuters says the EPA will allow American to use it on flights originating in Texas. Delta Airlines has doubled its number of cabin cleaners and has revamped pit stops for deeper cleaning of planes. A flight attendant and gate agent will inspect the plane before it's cleared to board. Delta is also purchasing test kits that measure the amount of bacteria on airplane and airport surfaces, though the kits don't test for COVID-19. Jenny Coselda, Fox News.
New York City's famed museums will open again after lockdowns. Governor Andrew Cuomo is allowing the Metropolitan Museum of Art to open August 29th. The Museum of Natural History set to reopen September 9th at 25% capacity. Gyms and fitness centers will open at 33% capacity across the state. But New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio says gyms in the city will remain closed until at least September 2nd. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
More and more, scammers are using emails to impersonate your bank in an attempt to steal your information and money. A big red flag that someone is phishing is an urgent call to action with a link to click. Once clicked, you'll be asked to enter some of your information. Some recent phishing emails request that you click a link to review a transaction you're unaware of. Bottom line, if you don't trust it, don't click it. And to be extra safe, delete the message immediately. This phishing protection tip is brought to you by Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
You've got a job to do. Having the right equipment for the job is critical, and East West Rental has the exact tools you need. Get it done faster with the right stuff, whether it's landscaping tools, concrete tools, lifts, trucks, lights, generators, trench boxes, welders, tents, tables, and chairs. They're here to help you tackle any project you're working on, big or small. Open Monday to Saturday, 7 to 5, closed Sundays. Find what you're looking for at East West Rental Center in Upper Tumon, or call 646-1463.
Woo, woo, wee! Just take a gander at them tender and juicy fall off the bone St. Louis Reds. Heavens to Betsy! What is their secret? It's bursting with so much flavor, I can eat them all day long. Come see for yourself, y'all. These fine slabs of hunky-dory, mouth-watering ribs are only available at Circle K. Circle K. Take it easy.
This newscast is brought to you by Pacific Retina Specialists, providing advanced eye care since 1999.
Today it's 8:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. 87 new COVID positive cases were reported yesterday by the various labs and clinics, and with that, health officials have identified more school workers and government workers. 5 additional employees at 4 public schools tested positive, and another couple port workers All of these individuals have been placed in isolation and contact tracing is underway. Port operations have not been affected, and for the schools, those are all still closed for students and are being sanitized currently. Guam now has a total of 907 confirmed cases since March. Of those reported yesterday, 11 came from public health, 17 from Naval Hospital, 31 from the Diagnostic Lab Services, 15 from GMH, and 12 from GRMC, and another from a private clinic. Guam has 472 active cases, 17 people in the hospital, with 4 of those in the intensive care unit. The Guam Police Department's dispatchers have temporarily relocated to the Dedito Precinct Command due to exposure to a 911 employee who tested positive. On Sunday, GPD was made aware of the individual who tested positive. Out of an abundance of caution in assuring the safety of all GPD personnel, the Tactical Communication Center was moved to the Dedito Precinct. The relocation of GPD dispatchers will allow personnel to conduct a thorough, deep cleanse of the equipment and facilities. They do assure that there is no disruption of service to the greater community. Guam's current pandemic condition of readiness has mandated all arriving passengers be placed in a 14-day quarantine, and while it may differ from new guidelines implemented by the Centers for Disease Control, the local government maintains its requirement, yet it is reaching out to the CDC for more clarification. The CDC is no longer requiring international travelers to undergo quarantine. However, there are certain territories, to include Guam, that may still implement such a procedure. Guam's stricter quarantine requirements went into place in the last several weeks after the governor noted a spike in positive cases, particularly seen in individuals with recent travel. Meanwhile, the National Guard and Homeland Security will be working to consolidate their quarantine accommodations, and by next week, Monday, will have transferred their quarantine operation to the Dusit, which is better known as the Outrigger. In a release from the JIC, the new facility will provide the minimum of 300 room capacity needed to sustain the quarantine operations, with the ability to expand up to 600 rooms. The Dusit being paid $200,000 for 30 days. More news after this. Dr. David J. Parks is a board-certified ophthalmologist at Pacific Retina Specialist and has been providing eye care services on Guam for over 20 years. He specializes in the medical and surgical treatment of retinal eye diseases, including age-related macular degeneration, diabetic retinopathy, and neovascular glaucoma. If you or a family member needs specialized eye care, please contact Pacific Retina Specialist at 649-EYES for an appointment, or more information, that's 649-3937. Senators are expected to go into an emergency session on Thursday, but until they do that, the Guam Election Commission will still move forward with their plans for the primary elections, which are slated to take place on Saturday, the 29th. The governor and the Election Commission both asked the legislature to cancel the elections amidst concerns over the spread of the coronavirus. Senators scheduled to go into the special session to address a bill that would cancel the primary elections. That session is set for 11 a.m. on Thursday. Revenue Tax sending out close to 1,000 tax refund checks this week. It's worth about $3 million. It's for returns that were filed by February 6. And a protest scheduled for this afternoon in Tumon has the governor issuing a warning. Not only will you potentially spread the virus, you may also cause for a prolonged lockdown. The governor was reacting to the news of the planned protest by individuals upset with her shutdown. The governor's warning states that if you contract COVID-19 at the protest or a party without knowing it, you could spread the same virus that stole 7 lives from their loved ones and halted our economy for a second time. She says by choosing to violate these directives in protest, you could prolong the restrictions that we all hate so much. That Give Back Our Freedom protest will be from 4 to 6:30 at the Outrigger intersection in Tumon. Organizers are encouraging participants to wear a mask and follow social distancing guidelines. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Actually, it's not so much encouraging it. I think it's required.
Really?
Yeah, there's requirements. We're not asking people. We're telling them, you got to mask up,
and
6
then you're
feet
going to get
distancing.
the scofflaws that show up without a mask.
Well, then they're not part of. Then they're not part of our
Yeah.
of the rally that we are organizing. So that's let that be said. 8:11 in the morning. And the other part is, as I said earlier, you might have missed it. I really bristle at the idea that our elected representatives are actively threatening people with their desires to follow along with their First Amendment rights. 8:11 in the morning is their weather? Yes, partly sunny. Isolated showers and thunderstorms. Showers becoming scattered about midday. There's southeast winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Daytime highs today are going to be 89 degrees through Wednesday night. Mostly cloudy, isolated showers and thunderstorms in the forecast. Showers becoming scattered around midday. Light and variable winds too. Lows around 78 degrees and daytime highs today. Tomorrow 89 degrees. Heat index is 94. Sunset tonight. Hashtag tell the others. You know where I'll be. Come and get me. 6:36. You got the number? 6:36. That's sunset for tonight. 8:12 in the morning. That's news and weather together on The Point.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Love that. 8:13 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Mezcla. It's Tomorrow Fusion Bistro and Mezcla Dos, open for takeout and delivery services because that's all the boss says you can do. More details, call Hagutnya 479-2652 or Mezcla Dos in Upper Tumon 646-6295. Get your Mezcla fix at the comfort of your own home. Ray Gibson Show also being brought to you by the team over at FHP. Almost said FHP as in First Hawaiian Bank because I got them all. The FHP remains open during PCOR 1 or BSCON 1. Patients are encouraged to keep your appointments. Stringent screening and sanitizing procedures are implemented to keep you and the staff safe. So go visit FHP, Our Island, your clinic.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Studio time, 8:14. Wow, already. Hey, Monty, you only got about 15 more minutes. Ready to go now. Let me just record the headlines. Let's get that stuff out of here. No, not allowed. That's on the restricted list of things to do. You're supposed to be here till at least 8:30, so you're going to keep here until at least 8:30. Very interesting story that started floating around. Actually, it's been around for a couple of days, but it was, I want to say, Dr. Tom Shea that found it and is now starting to ask the questions. Hey, wait a second. The CDC is no longer seems to be recommending what do you call it, the 14-day quarantine. You've been out traveling. You're traveling from state to state. You know, the conventional wisdom for some governors and representatives has been, oh, you're coming here from there? Well, they've got COVID-19 there. We don't want it here, so we're going to quarantine you for 14 days. And there have been some adventurous stories coming out of the quarantine experience here on Guam. Is it possible now that the CDC has spoken that we will eliminate the requirement for the 14-day quarantine? Get out of here with that.
They did free Monte.
They did free Monte. They did.
Monte is on his way home.
Yeah, apparently what his governor and his congressman reached out to the governor around here. Strings were pulled or whatever is the case. But is it even necessary to do anymore? And I wanted to get to the bottom of the decision, maybe the thinking that went into the decision-making over at the CDC. And for that, I'll reach out to Dr. George Makris. He is the medical correspondent of The Ray Gibson Show, always has been, for a lot of reasons. Number one, because A, he's a real doctor, and B, because I know it triggers other doctors here. Good morning, Doc. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey, good morning, Guam. So I was listening in to a couple of things, and before I get into the medical stuff, I wanted to, I'm happy about Lee Weber looking into government, doing FOIA requests. And I probably filed more FOIA requests than any physician on the island, which is another reason I'm exiled. And one thing I found is when I asked for raw recordings recordings of meetings, they differed from the actual findings in the minutes. So I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I've seen that before in other departments and agencies when I've gone back and listened to meetings and going, well, wait a second, this is not what came out of the actual conversation. This is not what hit the media. When you start reading minutes, when you start listening to tapes, you go, well, wait just a minute, that's not doesn't seem to be going in quite the same direction. At any rate, so that's what the guy's looking at right now. He wants all public records of the roster of members who attended meetings, any and all public records of operating rules, especially those regarding the use of various types of communications media, video conferencing, various electronic forms of communications for face-to-face conferencing or the like, any and all minutes of meetings held by the Physicians Advisory Council and its advisors. What do you suppose those minutes don't exist?
Well, it's not the minutes you want. You want to actually hear. I'm sure they've had recordings, which they'll probably immediately erase after today, because the minutes are usually designed so that they have a purpose no matter what is said, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, all right. Okay. Well, so he might be pounding into some sand here, but it's also possible that A, he'll get what he wants, or B, it could put them into a situation where there is compliance and conformity with the open government laws.
Yeah, roger that. Now, speaking of sand, you know that there was that Janet Mills with the reverse mask story. She's a cuckoo governor, Democratic governor in Maine.
Oh yeah.
And I have, you know, I'm part, aside from most of my life being spent in the Mariana, my adult life, a lot of my life is spent in New Jersey and Maine. And she came up with the bright idea that you have to, on a beach house in Maine, you have to quarantine for 14 days. You can't even leave your beach house. So anyway, that killed the summer in Maine. She's a little bit different, and I don't think she's going to be reelected.
Now, how did nut jobs like this get elected in the first place? I mean, is this the first time, this pandemic, is that what this is going to go down for, is revealing the mental shortcomings of some of our representatives?
Well, you know, it's working in an interesting way in Maine because there are a lot of people starting to shift towards the Republican side. They actually see the lunacy of how these radical Democratic states are behaving. So more to come on that.
Yeah, if you're watching on Facebook Live, one second, Doc. Let me just tell everybody what they're missing. If you're watching on Facebook Live, there is a picture, and I mentioned this before. I gave you the description. It's a waitress in a restaurant, a couple of plates of food, and she's got basically a dog collar on, a dog cone around her neck.
Yeah, the Victorian collar, the dog's Victorian collar, they called it.
Yeah, what, a Victorian collar? What?
They call them Victorian collars. You put them on your dog so they don't chew the stitches out of their, wherever you fix them.
Right. Well, in this case, Governor Janet Mills, this is a legitimate news story. Servers must wear face shields upside down so their breath is directed up, not down on the patrons. And in order to affect that, they're going to ask them to wear a dog cone around their neck. And the lady that posted this, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, says, "I wish this was a joke. It's real." So, like I said, we're at the point in the hysteria here where every bad idea, as long as it's passed around to the right people, all of a sudden sounds brilliant. And let's do that. If they want to open their restaurants, they're going to have to make their servers wear these dog cones.
She destroyed the Maine economy. They had almost a completely booked summer. Maine has the highest number of rental properties in the nation. Mm-hmm. And then she decided to have that cockamamie rule where you have to stay in the cottage for 14 days. Or get arrested or something like that.
Well, let's talk about that 14-day thing. So the CDC, as has been reported, and I got a copy of the Fox News story. I wish there were a whole lot more details, which is why I call you. Now seems to be backing away from the idea that a 14-day quarantine is going to be required. Might not be as useful as I suppose we think it's going to be. Is that CDC's kind of just overt admission? It's in the wild, guys. We're not going to be able to prevent it from spreading. It's everywhere. So you might as well just get used to it.
Yeah, and I tried to look at when you told me to look into it. I was trying to look for any data, and they just quietly dropped it as a requirement.
Yes,
and likely because it doesn't it's probably no longer found to be effective.
Well,
this
is the CDC way. When they don't come out and say we've made a change, they just kind of do it and hope you catch it. When a couple of weeks ago, you'll recall that they did kind of a snubbery on Guam and lumped us in with other third world nations and saying, careful if you go to Guam. If you get sick, the hospital system might not be able to take care of you. And check with their Ministry of Health before you go. Well, we don't have a Ministry of Health. We're a territory of the United States. We've got a Department of Public Health and Social Services. Anyway, so there was a complaint made by, let me see, the governor, because that was the important thing that day, was to complain to the CDC, and they did, and the CDC changed it. They did not say anything. They did not change the guidance that if you get sick on Guam, the healthcare system might not be able to take care of you, as much as they said, yeah, check with the Department of Health, not their Ministry of Health. They just very, very subtle CDC
they
change.
Guam is run like a monarchy, so that could have been.
Well, and looking at it today, I went to the CDC site and they did not come out. There's no headline at CDC says 14-day quarantine's not required. It just says, well, if you've been traveling, keep in mind that you might get sick while you're traveling, and wear a mask, 6-foot distancing, and wash your hands.
Well, you really do. You do your homework. I realize that. But look, you have a meeting today outside in Tumon with everybody, and I noticed the temperature's 92 degrees and the humidity's, I don't know, around 80%.
Easy, yeah.
So I think if you remember, Homeland Security came out with data, and there is data that says at about 78 degrees Fahrenheit, not counting sunlight, the virus begins to weaken. And then when you add in ultraviolet and humidity, it even weakens further. You have a 5 to 10 mile an hour breeze. I would not worry. You can wear a mask, of course. You have to wear a mask, but I would defy anyone to show anybody gets transmission in that outdoor environment at 4 or 4:30 in Guam.
But the governor said it's going to damage the economy even more, and it's going to spread COVID-19, and then she's going to have to prolong this terrible BS Con 1. We might have to go to BS Con Delta, Charlie, Indigo.
-1. No, if that's what her advisors are telling her, that an outdoor event where there's wind that's going to dilute the virus, there's humidity, there's ultraviolet, and there's thermal stresses on this, if that's what they're telling her, then you can kind of see why she makes the decisions she makes.
We can't go to the beach. That's among the reasons why people are going to attend the rally this afternoon, or the protest, or the demonstration, or whatever you want to call it. Anything but a riot, all right? This ain't Black Lives Matter.
Well,
this is we're
you're going to be safe there.
Well, I think we're safe outside anyway. I've got friends that started this whole COVID thing with no plan of getting in shape whatsoever, but with the various lockdowns and restrictions and things like that. Well, I guess I can still go to the beach. And then they see some people on stand-up paddleboards. That looks like an interesting exercise. So they go out and they spend the money on a stand-up paddleboard. You know what's happening on that stand-up paddleboard. You know what's good for the abs, and you're just out in the sunshine. You're getting some cardio in there as you're moving against the waves. This is a wonderful form of exercise and recreation, but you can't do it.
You have strong trade winds blowing any potentially Anyway, it's insane. It really is insane. So a lot of what's going on it just doesn't make any sense. And as I mentioned, when I watch your show, and I virtually live in Guam after 4 or 5 o'clock, it's surreal. You can't make it up if you were just writing about it.
Concur. Absolutely concur. 8:25 in the morning. Well, there's some interesting stuff. Is there anything fun going on in your part of the world? You get your governor crazy or anything like that?
No, everybody here, the governor said, basically people here the rates are precipitously dropping. Oh, I wanted to mention, I think what the governor or the government should do on Guam now is do some formal antibody testing, because all this insanity and this fear may go away when they realize that anywhere from perhaps 9,000 to 90,000 residents may be infected, and they need to get a good idea. And why not do these inexpensive, quick antibody tests and start, collecting some data on people who did not ever take the PCR test, the people who never were found positive. I think that's where they should put their money now.
If they're going to be headed off in that direction. It doesn't look like there's any major changes. They said that they were going to get into target tracing, but the truth of the matter is I think they're still chewing on a whole bunch of tests that were taken a long time ago that are still awaiting some kind of result. I'll give you an example. There's a guy who works for me here at the radio station, wasn't feeling good. His wife wasn't feeling good, and they thought, okay, well, COVID-19, she was able to get a test and determine that she was negative for COVID, but he took a test Saturday before last. It's now 10 days, Doc. It's now 10 days. The guy took a test, and we still don't know what his results are. At this point, does it make any difference at all?
Well, you know, if you brought the antibody test in the office, if I brought it into your place and put prick your finger and put the little kit, it would be minutes before we have the results. It's like almost like a pregnancy test.
Yeah.
But they could follow what other states have found by seeing the number of positive antibodies, extrapolate how many people have been exposed on Guam, and then decide that they're coming closer to that quasi-herd immunity level, which is very low, we know, and back off.
I think they're invested already. That's the problem. You go back to this 14-day quarantine and the idea that the CDC says, well, you know, it's probably unnecessary anymore. You got people flying in. They might have it, but if you're the traveler, wash your hands and try not to spread whatever it is that you've got, whether it's COVID-19 or just regular boogers or HIV or whatever. So you know, you've got that. But, Doc, you know, we just signed a deal with the Deuce at, what is it, Resort. So it's not like they're going to back off.
Okay.
It's not like they're going to back off that. Now we have to quarantine because we signed a deal.
Well, they could do that, or they can try to do some realistic studies, which would take minutes for results. I mean, I think, anyway, I just wish more physicians would pipe up, but I think many of them are afraid to say anything because they will suffer some type of retribution later. But
well, you're a perfect example of why there's grounds to be afraid, because you would be surprised with the speed and the venom that the medical community will lash out at people that don't carry the water.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. I am the prime example. But what I'm saying is there are many ways the island could management, or rather, the government could stop just being resistant. They should try to listen to people. They should try to have some flexibility. It's almost as if they lack empathy or they just can't identify with the people's problems. But right now, there's a good scientific reason to look to do antibody testing now, and that is very quick, very easy, and much less expensive, maybe 20% of the cost of the PCR test. And it could be done quickly in the office, doesn't require anything but rubber gloves.
Yeah. Well, the problem is maybe they haven't lined up the insider that's going to get that special deal yet.
Maybe that is.
Yeah, and you say it's 20% less, but you know how it's going to be after some holding fees and other charges. It'll be 20% more.
Yeah, it's only 20% of the cost, not 20% less of the PCR test.
No, I see what you're saying. I no longer have any trust that we're going to do the procurement on that. That'll meet everybody's satisfaction. Hey, Guy, I got to let you run. Dr. George Makris, appreciate your time. Appreciate your knowledge and your on the ground thinking.
Thank you for reaching out.
Always a pleasure. Bye-bye. Always a pleasure, buddy. 8:30 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to get any new kits until we've run out of the ones that we already have. And as far as I know, they're going to continue to use those for target testing right now. 907 confirmed cases since March the 12th. Over 32,000. Let's call that about 33,000 tests that have been conducted using the regular methods. And again, out of those 907, how many confirmed cases do we have right now? 900 confirmed, 428 not in isolation, 472 cases in active isolation, 764 civilians, 143 military service members. Now we get to a part where, you know, in the search for truth here on some numbers that we can verify. Number of hospitalized patients is 17. And that's what they're saying right now. We'd seen the number as low as 0 at a time, but there have been a number of people that have confirmed positive for the test, not feeling good, and have decided that they're going to be staying in the hospital. My understanding is that there are, 4 ICU patients that they're seeing right now. Although we get that from other sources. It's not necessarily in the document that JIC supplies to us. 8:31, 8:32 in the morning, and about time for our last look at headlines with Montesilva Tyron is going to become a school teacher in homeschooling here after she does the news. That's coming up next.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
$5 foot long, pile high with veggies.
They're back. Any foot long is a $5 foot long when you buy one at regular price. At participating locations, Subway. Eat fresh.
Day. All right, before I get to mine, I got to make sure this gets on the air. Guam and CNMI celebrating ESGR Week. And normally we'd be doing, galas and get-togethers, and we'd be flying in guys from the States talking about how great the support of the Guard and Reserve is here on Guam. But it's COVID-19, so this is all you got. It's me saying the ESGR committee thanks local employers for supporting your employees that are serving in the National Guard or U.S. Reserves. Your sacrifice and support to these citizens and their families is critical to our national defense and to our island communities in times of crisis like right now. From the ESGR, thank you, employers, for your service. 8:33 in the morning, and the wife of a Guard and Reservist is doing the news for me right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure it was a year ago that your dad was honored.
Oh, that's right, for the ESGR, for all of his great contributions and support. 8:33, Montesilva Tyron with our last look at headline news.
Like you said, 87 new COVID-positive cases were reported yesterday. Guam now has a total of 907 confirmed cases since March. 87 came back positive out of 880 tests that were performed. The National Guard and Homeland Security working to consolidate their quarantine facilities, and by next week will have transferred their quarantine operation to the Dusit. The new facility will provide the minimum 300-room capacity with the ability to expand up to 600 rooms. The Dusit to be paid $200,000 for 30 days. And the Election Commission planning for this weekend's primary election, while senators plan to go into an emergency session 2 days in advance of that. The emergency session scheduled for 11 on Thursday. They'll address a bill that seeks to cancel the primary elections altogether. And the Department of Revenue Tax mailed out close to 1,000 tax refund checks this week. It's for those who filed their returns by February 6th. Total worth of the checks is about $3 million. And those are some of your headlines here on The Point.
I got you. 8:34 in the morning, 888-8255. Another note from the CDC that Jose found. The CDC no longer recommends asymptomatic testing, even post-exposure. Do you get that? Yeah. So what they're saying is, all right, so there's a bunch of people, right? Maybe we're at a party with a certain so-and-so, and maybe he had COVID-19, and everybody goes, "Ooh, everybody get tested. Everybody run out there and get tested," because the theory is, oh my God, I was in contact, I was in proximity, I was close. And what the CDC is saying now is, if you're not showing any symptoms,
don't get tested.
Don't bother. Why bother getting? Wait until you have some symptoms and then show up and see what's going on. Otherwise, you're going to be like my guy in soft quarantine for 10 days, waiting out the results of this test. And like I said, after 10 days, what difference does it make?
And what's the guidance, too, if you don't get your results back? Do you just revert back to normal? Do you just go back to your normal
Oh, there's
life?
nothing normal about this guy. No, he works at a radio station, for heaven's sakes. No, there's absolutely nothing normal about him. But it seems that things are shifting over at the CDC. Guam is generally behind all of these moves by a few days, weeks, months, years, decades. So we'll see if that becomes the guidance around here. CDC no longer recommending asymptomatic testing, even post-exposure. You can do it if you want to, but they don't see that there's that much of a point to it. 8:36 in the morning, and that's iConnect time. There's an iConnect here in Tamuning, right next to. Are we in Tamuning or Upper Tumon? Have we decided? Is there Upper Tumon? So we got you got DPW across the street, which was a hotbed for COVID-19 activities, primarily because they had everybody underneath the tent breathing the same air. But anyway. Wouldn't that be something if they did the contact tracing? And where'd everybody meet up? Well, we were all at the DPW waiting to get our thing stamped by the lady. Anyway, 8:36 in the morning. Across from there is where the iConnect main office is. Now they're open at 9:30 until about 3:30 every day. Our recommendations, though, for everybody's safety is that you make a phone call before you come. 888-8888. Mabuhay, everybody. Good morning, everything. 8:37 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by KFC. And now I can say it. Colonel's Chicken Congee. Yeah, they got that there. Sausage, gravy, and biscuits. The AM chicken breakfast wrap, all served hot only at KFC. Find that at all their locations at 8:37 in the morning. Portions of the program also brought to you by American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
GRMC's Neuroscience and Neurology Department treats a wide spectrum of disorders associated with the nervous system, spine, and brain. Some of the more common disorders include seizures, epilepsy, dementia, sleep disorders, migraine, and stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC's neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and the finest neurological doctors. To make an appointment, contact GRMC Specialty Clinics at 645-5500.
How about traffic? Do we have? Is there some out there? Not hearing anybody talk about checkpoints. Sorry, not checkpoints. Didn't mean to say that word. Was trying to think of something else. Ambush. Oh. Just a little bit of intersection traffic up in the north end of town over by, where is that, intersection of 1 and 27 Alpha over by the new Farmers Market area there. We got a little bit of traffic. Marine Corps Drive, looks like ITC building, running a little bit warmer than usual. Up and down Route 8, virtually every intersection is running a little bit busier than normal now, and I think that's going to become the next abnormal, is lousy traffic on Route 8, because apparently we have an abundance. We got a shortage of everything, but we've got an abundance of traffic lights, and they're getting ready to put it together. Man, I saw it the other day. I was headed on Route 8, headed north, because that's where I live, and I got to the Payless. Ow! I got to the Payless, and it is what I told you it was going to be. Traffic on the outside lane starting to back up, and why was traffic backed up? Because there was somebody that was just kind of orbiting around the front at the front of the Payless, just kind of stopped, and there's all these cars behind him going, "Oh, keep going. If there's no parking space, I'm going to keep going." But no, I'm going to stand there with my clicker on, waiting for this guy to pull out of a good space up near the front of Payless. That's what they're doing. They were waiting, which meant that every car behind them in the Payless parking lot, and then all of the cars that were waiting just to get by Payless. I wasn't going in. I just need to go around. Don't get in the outside lane. It's going to be like driving around DFS.
Yep.
Down in Tumon. You know the spot I'm talking about,
Yes,
where you're
sir.
headed northbound. If you're on the outside lane, you're going to have to wait until everybody makes that turn into TGIF.
Yep.
For some of you, this might be just an old memories, right? Going, wow, TGIF, duty free.
Remember when
Tumon,
those
right?
streets were alive?
Pleasure Island, I remember that. But you always wanted to be on the inside lane until you pass DFS. Then you holla and then take that turn up by Weston Hill. You're going to have to learn to do the same thing over to Payless in Brigada. It's 8:40 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. What am I supposed to be doing now?
Go to the break.
I'll be right back.
What's it like to apply for a mortgage with FHB Digital? It's filling out your application between work and yoga. It's having your mortgage documents retrieved for you, or making it easy to upload with a click. It's hitting the save button when your toddler needs a kiss. and talking to a loan officer if you have questions. Bank at the speed of your life with FHB Digital. Learn more at fhb.com/digitalhome. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Man, oh man, oh man. 8:41 in the morning. Wow, 8:41 already? Get out of here. What happened to 6? All right, remind me, write it down, before 10, a non-COVID-19 story. Remind me. Yesterday, folks over at the Republican Party here on Guam, just a flurry of activity. Had a note that went out yesterday. Where's this? Senator Regine Bisco-Lee. Sneaky amendment. Her sneaky amendment failed. And there was another one that came out of the Republican Party. Guam governor, speaker, and Democrats want to throw away people's votes. No! Do the thing with the... And then finally there was another one that right up my alley here, and you can infer whatever you want to when I say right up my alley. But I thought it was an interesting piece that they put out there yesterday, talking about. Hold on a second. Governor gives herself more power over your lives. We'll try to work through all of these different releases that came out from the Republican Party over the last couple of days. But let me work backwards here. Senator Regine Bisco-Lee's sneaky amendment failed. Which sneaky amendment would that be? I'm Senator Ada.
Hey, good morning, Ray. How you doing?
Biba. I'm okay. I talked to my sister Shelly this morning. She had more fun than anybody on Guam did because she got to meet with Rana and a bunch of other big shots in the Republican Party in North Carolina.
Oh, definitely. And the president is speaking all 4 days at the convention, so it's a prime opportunity for her to be there and enjoy her time there. But most especially, I thank her for being my proxy as I wasn't able to make it to the convention, and she gladly accepted, and I said thank you so much. And
I think she's everybody's. I think she's everybody's proxy too.
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
pretty sure I think between her and Juan Carlos and Pudding, they're definitely ours. So what was the nature of this sneaky amendment? This actually not yesterday, but from a couple of days ago. What is it? What is it that the sneaky Democrats tried to do?
Well, she tried to put in an amendment there to increase withholding by $4 million to increase the budget given to the governor.
Can't do that. Wait. Where's that going to come from? There's not going to be another $4 million in withholdings. Not in this climate.
Yeah, and when we look at what's going on today with this additional lockdown now, where are we going to find $4 million? Where are we going to find $800 million to begin with? That $900 million that they want the budget to be.
Yeah.
Where are we going to find that? So an additional $4 million may not be much that they're asking for, but it's a whole lot.
Yeah, well, it's just going to inflate the expectations of the government in 2021 and 2022 at a time where there's not going to be those kinds of revenues, and it feels like there's this the almost Pollyanna where if we wear the right colored rose-colored glasses, if we squint really hard, we might be able to see a 2020 that looks like 2021 that looks like 2019, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not. Even with the tourism, I'm glad that they're being very optimistic about seeing 400,000 tourists for next year, but I don't think so. We're going to try to get every single tourist that we can to come to Guam, but it's going to be a difficult task, and I think that we need to accept that. And I think once we accept that it's going to be a difficult task to do, then they can come to realities with what the true budget should be. And, work with reality, right? What we're doing.
Then I'm just, like I said, I'm just not convinced that they're looking in that direction. And I know that there have been conflicts in the budget conversation between OFB and BBMR and the Department of Administration. And you guys they just got to keep chipping away at that until they can get to something that feels like the truth.
Yeah, definitely. And, these little anomalies, these blurps in revenue increases are because of the assistance that's coming from the United States, the pandemic assistance and the $1.6 billion that they sent this way.
Which we know is
we're
not
gonna
going
get that
to.
next year.
Yeah, we're not going to see that next year, and if we do, it won't be in the kind of numbers that we've got now. And I think it's interesting that some of these guys are even having a conversation. Well, maybe there's more that we can do with the money that we've got here on Guam. And I'm going, no, there probably isn't. So we've got that as one of the major conversations that has taken place. The other one here, and I've got to admit, my feelings on this have flipped around a couple of times on whether or not we should have a primary election. My original suspicion, my original thoughts were we don't need a primary election. Because number one, we can't afford it, and number two, we've got a whole lot of uncontested races. Really, we've got the only major contested race that's happening right now is on the Democrat Party for who the nominee is going to be for their congressperson. And it seems to me that that's a question that the Democrats, as they have done in past, can get together and have their own little caucus and figure out whether it's going to be Uncle Robert or whether it's going to be Mikey.
Yeah, and I had not one vote been cast yet, then that probably would have been the best solution, which they had an opportunity to do 10 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago, right? Or 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
By canceling the election. But they didn't, right? They chose not to. And now they want to do it when already a vote has been cast. And I think that's where the problem lies, is votes have been cast. 2,000 plus votes have been cast already.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do? We just throw them out and say, well, your vote didn't count anyway. And when they bring up the issue of the pandemic and safeguarding our manumko, when you look at it, the line that was forming down at the GCIC building for the Election Commission was the curbside voting for our senior citizens. So they stayed in their vehicles. They were able to cast their votes safely.
The mitigation was in place, and now what seemed to be working for them has now been stopped because of an abortive move out of an abundance of caution by the governor's office to put us all back into BS Con 1. Or I think somebody said a different color. Lavender.
Magenta.
Magenta. Thank you.
Yeah. So if they kept those protocols in place, face mask, hand sanitizer, curbside voting from now until, primary election on August 29th, or if they decide to postpone it to September 12th, which also the GEC recommended, if not canceling, then have curbside voting from now until then. And then those that haven't voted yet still have the opportunity to go to the polls.
They close. It's hard to do if the offices are closed and all of that stuff. So I think that's an interesting route for them to go. And it's amazing how quickly some of the opposition came up. Oh, we don't have a generator. Oh, we don't have the buses. Oh, we don't have the cops. Oh, we don't have this, that, and the other.
We got the National Guard. We still got DPW with the buses. We still got private sector with the buses that they can throw some CARES Act funding to help their businesses.
We can we'll do the count over at Dusit. We'll do it right there in the lobby at Dusit. Or not the lobby, down in the ballroom.
They're going to have power there anyway because, that's where they're housing the COVID's, the passengers coming in from off island.
Ought to be able to get a great deal on that. There's plenty of parking downstairs for buses to pull up and discharge the votes and the ballots, and the security can walk those straight to the elevator. It should not be a problem at all. 849. Talking with a former senator and some say lieutenant governor candidate in 2022, running with former Governor Eddie Jerome Baza-Calvo. I might as well get an answer on that one. Is there any truth to those rumors that Jerome McDonald is floating around?
The governor is always looking to do what he can to help the people of Guam, but I think that's a decision he has to make, and with his family. And I'm pretty sure that once he comes to a final decision, he'll let the people of Guam know. But
that sounded like blah 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 blah. Did the real Joe? Did that sound like blah 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 blah? It sounded like I didn't get an answer. Okay.
He's out there helping the people of Guam in any way he can, always being active and calling into the stations, things like that. So he's out there being active.
Okay, so I'll ask you this question because I don't think because I know you're man of the house. You don't have to ask Annette. You don't have to ask her anything. So
if she's listening in, you're trying to get me, you're trying to throw me under the bus.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because I didn't get an answer to the first question. I'll see if I get an answer to the second question. So, notwithstanding whatever it is that your wife has to say about it, if Eddie said, "Avaton, Ioana," would you say yes?
Well, he has to, say something that I'm concentrating on this election. And that's where my focus on right now.
Blah, 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 blah. There's more blah, 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 blah. Bola, 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 bola. So, because you get yourself, because this election, the one that we were talking about canceling, so you're a shoo-in, I think, for another shot in the legislature. 36 Guam legislature will benefit from your experience. But having said that, though, I mean, honestly, if Eddie came to you and said, you know what, we've always worked well together, and the party needs us, and I need you, would you put your support on that ticket?
Well, I would always do what I can. I've always put myself out there in any capacity that I can to help the people of Guam. And, if that point ever comes up, it'd be something to consider. Always something to consider,
It's mostly blah, blah, blah. But I suppose it is early in the process. One last one here before I let you run, because I know how busy you are, is a question about Governor giving herself more power over your lives. Now, I may read the majority of this, because I think this is critical, especially for people that are concerned that if they step outside with me and other people who think like me at a rally in Tumon, that you might be arrested for doing that. You might get hit with some kind of a massive fine and a misdemeanor charge and have to lawyer up. This come from the GOP yesterday. Governor Lulian Guerrero has quickly forgotten that only a few months ago, the legislature defeated Bill 33435, which was authored by Tina Barnes, which would have created penalties for any resident who violates the governor's executive order. Co-sponsored by a bunch of other Adelup cohorts, Amanda, Regine, Jose, Kelly, and Joe San Augustine. Basically, these senators wanted to penalize you if you were out jogging, riding your bike, or taking a drive after a long day stuck at home. Then they moved, tells the rest of the story. Now Governor Lulian Guerrero has taken things into her hands and established an executive order which not only establishes penalties if you fail to obey her, but also wants to control your daily lives. The governor has forgotten that the people spoke out loud and clear when she made her legislative puppets introduce legislation to give her more authority. Fortunately, there were enough senators who listened to the community and opposed these dangerous measures. Governor Leon Guerrero has rewritten the definitions of public nuisance and criminal mischief to suit her needs. She fails to recognize that only the legislature can establish such penalties, and the last time they attempted it, the proposals failed. Yet she still attempts to push her authority. So the question that I've got for you here is, anybody that wants to, I don't know, go to the beach, anybody that wants to exercise in the beach, anybody that wants to have a congregation of like-minded folks in a church setting, a worship setting, work setting, should they be able to do that? There are no additional penalties, correct?
Yeah, that's right, Ray. And, the thing about it is when you look at what was going on in the first P-Corps one, people were allowed to go out and exercise. They were allowed to be out there and, enjoy the sun and the water. But now what you're saying is that if GPD is going to be out there citing individuals, I thought they said in the very beginning, we don't want to make criminals out of our people, just because of a lockdown. I think there's a PNC story, Ton, that says not cite, you'll get arrested. They'll arrest you. Yeah, and when you look at what they wanted to do with the election, where she says, "Well, I'm looking to the legislature to introduce legislation to take care of that," well, then she should have looked at the legislature again to take care of this situation, and she did in the past, and the legislature voted it down. So there's other protocols that we can put in place, like a face mask, hand sanitizer, things like that. But when you continue to lock people into their homes, it drives people stir crazy, Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's the right approach into doing that. Going from 3 down to 1, maybe go from 3 down to 2 and says, okay, what we'll do is implement require face masks all the time, and see where we go from there. But people were just getting their noses above the water right now, before the lockdown. And then when she locked them down, mm-hmm. Imagine how many more people and businesses may not find reemployment or may not reopen after this lockdown.
Well, do me a favor. Have somebody in with some lawyer stripes at the party investigate. Tell them to go to PNC, look for this story. Pursuant to Government of Guam's Governor's Executive Orders 28, all Government of Guam parks and beaches shall be closed to all activities. Anyone caught at any public parks or beaches for any reason may be arrested and prosecuted for criminal trespass.
Yeah. And, you know, and it goes again to if this separation of beyond the gate, right, beyond the fence. And when you look at what happened this past weekend, where you saw, you know, amounts of people just gathering at Taragi Beach, enjoying themselves, but yet our own people can enjoy our own beaches.
Oh, well, there's another story on the PNC site that makes reference to that, where it basically says that because of the Karens on this side of the fence, Navy has closed their beaches inside the base as locals express concern. So the Guam Karens won on this one now.
Yeah. So, you know, I mean, when you look at the last count, when they said there was, 100 and some, 70 came from the military. So, you know, I'm surprised that the military, you know, didn't take that into account and say, well, a lot of it's coming from our side of the fence too. So, you know, we need to work with the local government, you know, work with the people, and if they're seriously talking about flattening the curve, and you know they believe that what they're doing is right, then you know join the local government, you know, and just close all the beaches, both on and off base.
Well, but do we need to close the beaches? That's the question. So we got now because people were complaining. We saw the pictures of the folks over at Taragi, and we're like, hey, how come is that? And so they went in the wrong direction. Instead of closing the beaches on Navy, they
should have opened them.
They should have opened them up on the civilian side. Mm-hmm. Where's the matapang here, Antonio, is getting. This are our parents' words. The matapang is getting thick here. I can hear your father say it in his voice. Matapang. It's getting worse. And now they spread it to the admiral. We've taken our matapang and spread it to the military.
Yeah, and that's why we need to just do one thing or the other. Open it up. Let the people enjoy their fresh air, their walks, their whatever they want. I mean, they're already in the house with their own family. Mm-hmm. So why can't they do something with their own families outside? I don't know. Like, let's go. We'll get a tan barbecue. That's what because that's one of the things we don't have. We got everybody's lined up. We got we got placards, we got signs and stuff for the rally this afternoon. We don't have anybody barbecuing. What are you doing later? Nothing.
Singing on Zach. Come on over. Yeah, got a spot for you. See, that's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear all the GOP guys need to show up and show out because it seems to me that's the last bastion of a modicum of common sense is going to be found in that party. Antonio, I gotta let you go. I don't have any more time for blah 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 blah. So I'm gonna. You know what? I'll go find me. Tell Eddie to call me 888-8255, and I'll ask him the question.
Okay.
Does he know that? Yeah, I talked to Shelley. But if I ask Eddie, he's going to know what I'm talking about when I say you and Tony, right?
He should.
Okay. He's like, wait, Tony who?
Yeah, that could
Lamarena? Wait, Lamarena? Yeah, Tony Lamarena and I've been talking. That's funny to me. I'm sorry. 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll see you pretty soon, brother.
Okay, take care.
888-8255-888-TALK. The inimitable Tony Addis. Hard to pin that guy down on an answer, but I suppose it's still early. Still investigative. That's what they're doing. They're investigating the possibilities. But I haven't heard anybody complain too much. Stand by now. Fox News Live is next. This is The Point.
A 1-2 punch. I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. 2 tropical systems taking aim at Louisiana. One, Marco, is falling apart, according to forecasters Governor John Bell Edwards.
The impacts to Louisiana from Marco will not be as significant as was originally forecasted, and that is a good thing.
Well, but right behind it, Tropical Storm Laura, which forecasters say could hit the state as a Category 3 hurricane, winds topping 110 miles per hour at a storm surge that could envelop entire towns. Well, weather improving in the San Francisco Bay Area as firefighters continue to battle 3 giant blazes in that area and hundreds around the state.
The state is experiencing its second and third largest wildfires in state history, each either at or nearly at 350,000 acres. One in the Napa-Sonoma area, the other east of San Jose. Most, if not all, sparked by thousands of lightning strikes.
Sadly, we've lost 7 lives so far to these latest fires, and over 1,200 reported structures.
California's Governor Gavin Newsom said now 14,000 firefighters are on the line as opposed to 12,000 last week. Crews have been coming in from several states to help out, and the weather has been a bit better in many spots with less wind and higher humidities. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Shifting to politics, Republican National Convention kicking off about 90 minutes from now, but the festivities began this morning with President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence being renominated.
Our party is unified. Our supporters are energized, and now we will go forward confident in our cause of re-electing President Trump and Vice President Pence in 70 days from now.
That's RNC President Ronna McDaniel there. The president set to accept the renomination Thursday night. America's listening to Fox News.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
German doctors reaching a conclusion on what happened to a critic of Russian President Vladimir Putin, that critic being treated in Germany.
Doctors in Germany saying tests suggest Alexei Navalny was poisoned. The Russian opposition leader and a leading critic of President Putin is being treated in Berlin after falling sick in Russia last week. Doctors saying they found cholinesterase inhibitors in his system, substances found in drugs, but also pesticides and nerve agents. The hospital saying Navalny remains in an induced coma, but that his life is not in immediate danger. In London, Simon Owen, Fox News.
A little closer to home, election officials in Detroit asking the state to investigate miscounted absentee ballots in this month's primary election.
Every vote counts, or at least they're supposed to. Though in Detroit, 72% of the city's voting precincts had absentee ballot tallies recorded by election workers that didn't match the actual ballot count in the state's August primary.
If I'm just Joe Voter, I would be pissed. I mean, to me, this is just incompetence.
William Hartman is a member of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. The situation could amplify ahead of the presidential election. President Trump has also raised concerns over the lack of oversight on mail-in votes, including in Paterson, New Jersey, where a judge recently ordered a revote and where 4 people are also charged with vote fraud. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Here's a scandal. Jerry Falwell Jr., who's currently on leave as the leader of the Evangelical Liberty University, has agreed to resign. That, according to an official from the school, this coming after he wrote in a statement published in the Washington Examiner, claiming his wife had an affair and the man she had an affair with was trying to blackmail them. Well, Falwell had been on leave from the school, which his father founded, after a picture surfaced of him with his pants unzipped around a woman who was not his wife. He claimed the picture was at a costume party. I'm Tom Graham, and this is Fox News.
Are you fed up with those long bank lines? Do you wish you had a bank who gave you faster service? Well, by enrolling in Bank Pacific's new mobile app, you don't even need to wait in line. But even if you do want to come down in person, we're more than happy to see your smiling face, as long as you have a mask. Because our service is so good, we don't believe in lines. Because for 66 years, we've been making sure you get the service you deserve. Because where others put branches, we place roots. And we're rooting for you. Member FDIC.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
You're bothering me, Real Joe. I'm trying to do something here. You don't even want to know what I'm doing.
You're doing good work, is what you're doing.
I'm doing God's work here.
Yes, sir.
This is. I wish it was mine because it would be ratings go. I cannot. Okay, I just posted a link. Now the link comes from my very good friend Jim Bigley. And Jim, he's one of these guys, you never know what's going to be the crazy influence on him. But you can always count on him to share it. So what I've just posted on the Facebook Live, I don't want you to go there now because I'm on the air now and I don't want you to go anywhere else. I don't want you to leave that screen. That's my self-protective mode going in. And what he has sent me is a thing called First Time Hearing. And it's a couple of guys, a couple of kids, hearing for the first time Phil Collins in the air tonight. Can you imagine? Do you remember the first time you heard it? Do you remember where you were the first time you heard In the Air Tonight? No. Really?
No, I don't.
Oh, I remember vividly. I was working the afternoons at Hit Radio. And there was a big deal made about it. Number one, because it was a new song by Phil Collins, right? But the other one was because I want to say that they had used that as part of a thematic, as part of the marketing thematics for a beer called Michelob Dry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, hello.
Now I remember.
That was, God, nectar of the gods. And I don't know why they aren't making it anymore. But it was a great beer. You could drink it all night long and not get drunk. Totally untrue. But it had it was one of those things where if you got pulled over, the cops wouldn't be able to tell because you didn't have any couldn't smell beer on your breath. It didn't have much of a heavy aftertaste. Once it was out of your mouth, it was out of your mouth and you could do whatever. But anyway, so great beer. And then they came out with this song. And remember that one scene where in the video, the one sound in the video, it's no stranger to you and me. And then he comes in and then you got the crashes on the drums.
Yeah.
That everybody tries to hit and nobody ever does. So can you imagine, the first time you heard that, and imagine these kids, 25, 30 years later, hearing the song for the very, very first time, with good headphones in their heads, and all of a sudden, pow, 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 gated snare. Oh, my God. Nobody did that better than Phil Collins. So anyway, so you can watch the video if you want to. And for those of you that don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and Greg Karabach saying Miami Vice. Bill Cruz says, saw that clip on YouTube also. What, am I the last one here? Am I Bill? Bill beat me to it? Bigley beat me to it? I'm sorry. You know what? I've been busy. And I'll tell you what I was busy doing. I was busy taping signs. Because it's a protest, right? So it's a rally or whatever you want to call it. So later on. So not everybody has created their own signs, although I have seen some. I've seen some of the signs that people are going to be carrying or taped to their cars, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And so last night, me and some of the friends got together, a real down low kind of secret location kind of thing, and made signs, not for ourselves, but for other people that might not have had the time to do it. And there's some clever things in there, and there's some very basic stuff about freedoms and the like. So anyway, that's what's going to be happening. I'm talking, of course, about our get-together a little bit later on. It's going to take place down in Tumon, rain or shine. Please wear a mask. Please observe social distancing. I am not the organizer of the event, but I will take on an active supervisory role, if need be, to make sure that everybody is maintaining their distance and is wearing a mask, myself included. And the reason why is because I don't want anybody coming back at the end of this and saying, oh, my God, look at all those people not wearing masks and not observing social distancing. That's why everybody's going to get sick. I want it to be something that Felix Cabrera could come by and go, look at those people observing their social distancing, wearing their masks. That's what I want to see. Yeah, I'm getting word from all kinds of people about I want to be there if we have a break in our Zoom budget hearing. Just don't show up. Jimmy's saying he wants to go. He wants to go, but they've got that Zoom hearing thing. Jimmy, you're Republican minority. They don't care what you've got to say anyway, so you might as well just jam. It's going to be a suck budget, and my recommendation would be to the Republican minority, don't vote for it. Show up if you want to, and just excuse yourself on the day that it's going to vote. You remember like Obamacare when no Republicans voted in favor of it. Oh, it's a Democrat budget in a Democrat disaster year. You guys own this. We'll come back in the 36th Guam legislature and go ahead and fix it for you. So where do we need to be? 9/11. What? What is that?
Live read. Yeah.
Oh, that's Laban. This Corey. Live read for which one? ESGR?
Wendy's.
Oh, sorry.
Wendy's.
Okay. You know where the best breakfast value is? Are you guessing Wendy's? Because we said it 3 times already. Go to Wendy's. They've got all kinds of platters. So the way it works is you get the eggs and you get the rice, and then you can figure out what meat you want to go on that. That is the meat that they sell. They've got the Applewood smoked bacon and the chicken with a white gravy on it. That is so good. Fried chicken for breakfast. Huh? It's a thing. They've also got the breakfast Baconator. This thing will fill you up. You're going to need more. You're going to need, in fact, don't eat dinner. If you know you're going to have one of those things like tomorrow, don't eat dinner tonight, and it'll fill you up. Trust me, the best breakfast deal is at Wendy's.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
All right. Let me see what people are saying here on the Facebook Live. A lot of comments. Lady D says the primary is there to weed out the crappy candidates. Yeah, I hear you, but here's the problem: is you get some of these guys, they look so good, and they're so sharp with their language, with their tongues, and you don't know they're crappy, unfortunately, until after the inauguration. Isn't that the suck? Isn't that the deal, right? I know you go to all these things, meet the candidates. I'll bet you're watching all the shows too. Watch the candidates on this program. It's coffee with the whatever. It's and we make them sing songs and do all this other crap. And I know you're watching those things, and you're going to come away with that, and you're going to go, that guy's not so bad. And then he's going to be sitting in the legislature for about 3 months, and you're going to be watching in the hearings, and you're going to be watching on the committee and go, oh, my God, he's an airhead. Oh, good Lord. And some of you with more knowledge go, oh, this guy's an idiot, just like his father. Have you ever wanted to say that out loud? Anyway, so I know you're there. Absent any other mechanism, I don't know what's going to help us. Candy Guzman online. Raul Montres. There seems to be a conversation going on here about a satchel. Somebody mentioned a satchel somewhere in the Facebook Live. Were you watching that?
No.
What was that? And we don't know what that was in reference.
No idea.
Because now Raul is saying satchel equals MERS, and everyone knows MERS is a man purse.
Yeah.
This is somewhat distressing to me because I generally carry a satchel.
You carry a satchel, Ray?
I carry a satchel whenever. I may have a satchel on me today. But for utilitarian purposes, it's someplace to put the phone.
You're not one of those full pocket guys, right? Where you can't find anything when you reach in there and you got like 25 items in one pocket.
Yeah, well, that's why I carry a satchel.
Okay.
I have this satchel. It's for the phone, car keys. It also has, and I think everybody should get one of these. You've seen them in the stores. I think Home Depot still sells them. They look like little carabiners.
Yeah,
but they're bottle openers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've got one on my satchel.
You always carry a bottle opener.
Yeah. Because I'm, in other times back in the old days, you walk around the beach and stuff, and there's a girl with a Heineken bottle, and there's nothing to open it with, or like a Corona bottle.
You're a beer scout.
I'm the beer guy. Well, hello. You try because otherwise she's going to go to her doofy cousin and open it on his meth teeth. Who needs that? You don't want that on your beer. Sorry. Raul says, if canceling a primary means saving money, then do it. But why the hell didn't they listen to Moylan back in July? Because he's a member of the Republican minority. The Democrats don't have any time to hear anything that he has got to say. And that's the problem when you are a 10-5 minority. That's the suck of it. James Howard, Republicans need a hero, somebody with... And then there's a basketball and a football. And he says that they should be big.
Cojones?
Yeah. Here's the thing. They actually do have people like that. Joanne Brown has got big cojones.
Oh, yeah.
But you got to get her reelected. Ismail, they didn't want to cancel back then because they thought RU would win over MSN, but the votes already cast say otherwise. Now they want to cancel it to give RU a chance at a three-way. Not bad for somebody that wasn't born and raised on Guam and lived, eat, breathe Guam politics. It's not the first time I've heard that. Raul says that's been the problem with the Republicans for years, both here in Guam and in the mainland. Conservatives tend to be too tolerant. Conservatives tend to ignore the fact that Democrats are in it to win it. They're not there just to show up and have a good time and, oh, shucks, let the best man win. They believe that they are the best man. They believe, or woman, they believe that their fair share is 100%, and they will fight you for it to the death. Republicans go in there and you're still here. I'll give it to you like this. You're still playing tennis Jimmy Connors way. Democrats play like McEnroe. Democrats want to come in there and make you eat the ball, eat the racket, beat you into submission. And you're still going, well, let's get it over the net. Look at me in my white shorts. Yay. That's the difference here in the way the game is played. Who else is around here? I got Raul there, James Howard, John Palau, Peter Lozano, Helen Santos is online. James Howard says New Orleans is going to get spanked, man. They still haven't recovered from the last one. It's going to be a tragedy, sadly. James, take it easy. Nick and Melissa Perlosky are, as far as I know, are still in New Orleans. So let's wish them well until we know for sure that my family and friends are out of there. Frank Iriarte, imagine this island is under independent rule that the governor supports during this pandemic. Ooh, I just had a chill there. That was just visceral.
I got a heartburn.
Can you imagine? No, it's not that far away. We've talked about this, guys. Core Zero, P-Core Zero. P-Core Zero would occur if there was no Constitution. If there was no it really is the only thing that stands between us and curfews. It really is, guys. And so you better be thankful that it's there. Pal Greg Karabrock is there. Former Senator Jimmy Espaldon online. Phil Letty saying, good morning, Ray. Phil Letty from Calvary Church here. I caught your support yesterday. We'd like to take you up on your offer to call in and gain some public support for our stand. Phil, 888-8255, 888-TALK. I am not the most religious person on Guam. I know it. Everybody, people in my family know it. Oh, you want to do this, that, or the other, but it requires Ray going to church. Do we really want to? He's going to roll his eyes. He's going to breathe through his teeth. I can go to church. I can tolerate a mass. I tolerate any kind of get-together with worship. I'm okay with it. It's not what I do. I'm not, it's not something that I practice. But in order for people to enjoy their lives, some of them find that they need the practice. They need to get in there. And, there's something about fellowship. There's something about Sundays or Saturdays, as the case may be, with people that think like you, that want the same for their families and their lives as you. And when somebody says you can't do that, even though the Constitution says you can, then you go, that just doesn't sound right. So whether you're Lutheran or Methodist or Baptist or Catholic, doesn't make any difference to me. If you want to get some worship time in, I think you ought to be able to get some worship time in. And I told you a couple of weeks ago, I went to the Latin Mass. Prior to that, I'd only ever been to one Latin Mass that I recall in my life. And I really enjoyed that experience. When I went in, it is not as though Polly was taking temperature. But when you went in, hand sanitizer over there, And if you wanted to sit in an aisle, it had to be an aisle that was open because it was Santa Rita. So open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close. So you could maintain social distancing. So I'm trying to figure out, maybe there were a bunch of people at a funeral that got it wrong. But the people that were in that mask, male and social distancing and masks the whole time, except when Polly says, here's the body of Christ. Then you can take your mask off, pop it in there, good to go. So I don't have a problem with you guys wanting to get out there and worship, and absolutely support you, and also absolutely support some of the other parts of your mission, and that is finding people that needed to get access to some food. They operated a little food bank going on, so around that same time, and I just don't understand why you guys got cited. How about a warning, if they feel like they're up to that? Debbie Knaft is online. Ed and Karen Untalan are there. Hi, Ed can't go to work because the bank is closed. How come is that? There's another one. We talked about it. This is the matapeng. We talk about it getting heavy. It's getting thick. Ed will understand where this is going. You can go to a drive-through for virtually every restaurant that I've named in any of the ads that we've got on the program, because everybody's got a drive-through. KFC got a drive-through. Wendy's got a drive-through. Subway's got a drive-through up in Gigo at the gas station one. You can do curbside. You can do all kinds of stuff, but you cannot go and use the drive-through at the bank. And what makes even less sense is the bank, First Hawaiian Bank. I mean, Ed, you need to go back. You need to argue with the lady and say, why does this apply here? Why can we not have our drive-thrus working? The drive-thrus are the closest thing to contactless that you are going to find. They're pneumatic. They got these little tubes. They got this little bullet, fits in a tube. You put your money, your driver's license, and your slips. You stick that in there, and it goes whoosh. And the lady on the inside gets it. Sometimes it's a guy, but most of the time it's a lady in the inside gets it and does the transaction, sends it back with the receipt and your driver's license, and you're good to go. How is that contributing to the spread of COVID-19? You are nowhere near each other's space. But you're not allowed to do that, and I don't get it. I don't understand. The drive-through and you know what they're going to say? They're going to say, well, food is essential. Banking is essential. I have a loan there. I want to pay my credit card. I want to make a deposit so I can write checks against things. Oh, you can use the ATM for that. All right. So the ATM line is going to be long. It's going to be huge. We're getting used to that, right? Remember I told you the other thing is now that the restaurants are either closed or they've gone curbside, fast food becomes vitally important. Have you been by Taco Bell in Agana? You can see the line now, can't you? How about this? I was passing by. I thought Crust might have been open. When I was passing by last night, I go by there. I'm like, wow, look at all the cars in the parking lot. Crust is open. And the sign actually said open. But I remembered, they're open for curbside. But so the line of cars wasn't for the curbside at Crust, though. You know what it was for? BK. It was for Burger King. And it was like from the gas station all the way around the round to Burger King. So that's what's going to be happening. Yeah, you can still get food at the drive-thru if you got a lot of time to wait for it. 923 888-8255. Frank, if Lou can survive the flu, so can you. James Howard says Ray Gibson is our fearless leader. He's the rebel leader. I saw him. Jay wants to know if there's an EDM party after. That kind of EDM. If it was me, I'd make it a disco party. Don McFarlane, he can Zoom on his phone from the protest. Absolutely right. Republicans, especially Republican senators, there is a call out from a lot of people that are going to the deal this afternoon, and they want you there with them. Cat Phillips Uggan online. Fanny pack, another word for it there, Bill. Appreciate that. Sonia Limas Kelly. Lola Calvo. Say it with me now. Well, hello. Elizabeth Gumatauta. Does this mean Cocos Island, too, is in lockdown? If not, I'm heading there. Ooh. Nate, when Ray walks in, the holy water starts to boil. Ismail, what stands between Queen Lou and Governor Lou is Congress. And independent Guams means she can do whatever the HE double hockey sticks she wants. Phil Letty says, fed 1,000 plus and got fined. That's right. You fed 1,000 plus people and you still got fined because you dared defy Janice says, when I walk in, it's dry. Sometimes that'll happen. Catholic Church and all churches on Guam should be very vocally supporting cavalry right now. This affects everyone. We have that problem, though, Lynn. We got that problem. As long as we're not the ones being affected, just kind of go on with your life and try to stay small. Stay underneath the radar. That's what I'm seeing. There's another thing I talked about yesterday when my buddy Frank was in the studio. When they shut down the bars, did you hear anything from the restaurant guys? Did you hear anything from the department stores? Did you hear anything from the malls? Did you hear anything from the churches? Did you hear anything from the banks? Nope. They were all going, do-de-do-de-do-de-do-de-do. Ooh, look at the bars. Not here. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. And then the numbers got too big for everybody to ignore. Or she got sick. He got sick. He got sick. Will got sick. So we've got to break down. We got to bust it down now. And then everybody got hit in the P-Core 1. I think I'm going to say, no. I know. When the bars got hit, everybody should have spoken up. Everybody should have backed the bars. Show me the people that got sick from being at the bar. I want to talk to them. Show me the guys that the guy I know you're going to go, hey, HIPAA, you can't do that. Well, okay. So how many people got sick from COVID-19 from being at the bar? What bar did they go to? Haven't had a problem with that before. When Air Force guys got nicked, you didn't have a problem telling everybody on God's green earth which bars they went to. All of a sudden, we're pretty quiet about it. Oh, the bars are bad. Everybody getting sick of the bars. Which bar? Who got sick at the? How many people got sick at the bar? Because otherwise, I don't have anything that verifies through any contact tracing reports I've seen. Because we don't see contact tracing reports. They can make up whatever they want to. But I've never seen anybody that or seen a report that said that so-and-so went to Real Joe's bar and got COVID-19 because they didn't take his temperature, or because the waitress at Real Joe's bar has got COVID-19. We keep her around because she's doofy. She can open the bottles. Like a little can opener in the mouth there. But nobody leapt to their aid. Near as I can tell, I was the only one. I am the only one that leapt to their aid. Because I saw it. I said, this is what's going to happen. And they said it was going to be 2 weeks. They said it was going to be 2 weeks. It is now, they're going into, the Friday will be the third week that the bars have been shut down from their 2-week thing. And you're going, that's okay. They can hold their breath this long. They might be able to hold on to it until Friday, and then the governor will lift the restrictions on Saturday, right? Nah, governor's not going to lift the restrictions. She's going to keep the restrictions going to punish me and the people that are going out in the rally today. That's what's going to happen. Just watch. Just watch. Ismail says, Ray, the reason why she shut down the banks is because Bank of Guam has access to federal funds and the other banks don't. I don't know. COVID's like a ghost that can pass through walls. I saw a heart. It's from Debbie Kanata. Jen and Joe Janauta. Sidzuos Moasi to you. Natalie Kanata's online. Oh, God, I get performance anxiety when Natalie's online. I want to be tougher than I really am. Because if not, then she'll call me out on it. Bill says, Ray, she couldn't pinpoint your regular hangout, so she shut down all of the bars. I would have told you. But now I'm not going to, because it's going to be a secret. I'll tell you what bar I'm going to now. You know some of these places. The outside light's off. No open sign. But the door's open. And there's cars in the parking lot. What's up with that? I don't know. I don't know why Brad's asking. Why we have, what is it? Wait, the question rolled up. Why is it every time somebody refuses to practice CDC guidelines, society has to pay for it? Because there is no other way. We don't know another way how to get it done. All right. Bottom of the hour, 9:30 in the morning. And I promised you I would give you today's non-COVID-19 story. Would you like it? I know you're sitting there going, I can't take it anymore. Now all the stories are COVID-19 stories. No, it's not true. I have a story here that has nothing to do with COVID-19. You'll want to hold it like a baby chick. Aww. Oh, God, did you hear that story about these baby chicks that were sent in the mail? Like thousands of them.
Oh, no.
They were sent in the mail, and the post office was going through whatever it was that they were going through, and they died. So people went and picked up these packages of basically dead chicks. I mean, I shouldn't laugh.
Yeah, I mean, whoa.
What a gruesome story. What other gruesome things is Ray Gibson going to laugh about this morning?
Man.
All right, so the non-COVID-19 story coming up in a second. It's 9:31, and that's iConnect time.
Hafadade, this is Carl from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
What's it like to apply for a mortgage with FHB Digital? It's filling out your application between work and yoga. It's having your mortgage documents retrieved for you, or making it easy to upload with a click. It's hitting the save button when your toddler needs a kiss, and talking to a loan officer if you have questions. Bank at the speed of your life with FHB Digital. Learn more at fhb.com/digitalhome. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Reliable source sending me a story here. GMH incident ongoing. GFD pumper truck rolling into the ER driveway, fully geared. Firefighters are on site. He says this is developing. We'll keep an eye on this as well. Another interesting story coming up. A couple of COVID-19 ICU patients again. A reliable source, but anonymous, are taking up only isolation rooms and further burdening ER nursing staff. GMH ER cannot safely take any more COVID-19 ICU patients as of this moment. When will they ask the governor to ask the Admiral for Navy hospital assistance? There's not a lot of information that seems to be that's our problem, right? We don't have a lot of information. And now I'm hearing GMH has no beds. All ICU is full. Nursing and pharmacy staff are testing positive and going into quarantine. GRMC was on divert mode this afternoon. They have non-COVID ICU patients in their hallways. There is a surge. Is it going on? Where's public health results from tests completed between 8 a.m. and 7:30 p.m. yesterday? Interesting question. Have you noticed that the JIC reports have been coming out later and later and later? And I don't know. 9:33. Jim Moylan sent me a thing earlier. It was a copy of the letter that the governor sent out to CDC. CDC has been an exemplary partner through this crisis. That is why I believe its latest advisory must provide greater clarity than a mere headline can communicate, namely what fact-based metrics places every U.S. territory on the same high-level risk, even when some of those territories have 0 new cases. Moreover, Guam's test positivity rate is well below 2%. This did not age well. Better than the following states: South Dakota, Indiana, Tennessee, and Nebraska. Our COVID-19 hospitalization rate remains stable with an average of 2 to 3 per day. We are also prepared for any surge in hospitalization with 83 COVID-designated hospital beds with capacity to increase beds 200 or more and 75 ventilators. That's what she wrote on August the 8th. It is now August the 25th. Happy birthday, Mika. And so as of this date here, like I said, this did not age very well, according to some of the information I'm getting. But that's not why you're here. That's not why you're here. You're here for the one non-COVID-19 story that you're going to get today. Like I said, boys and girls, cup it in your hand like it's a little baby bird, like you just found it, and you want it to live. You heard the stories. If you pick up a baby bird, then the mother will never take it back. So now it's going to be yours. Could you, with your internet speed, download the entire Netflix library in less than a second?
No.
The entire Netflix library of movies and crappy TV shows, straight to video, Ernest Goes to Camp, Police Academy 7. Yeah, you think you got fast internet? Engineers recently set a new world record internet speed, data transmission rate of 178 terabits a second. That's fast enough to download everything on Netflix. Literally just like that. 178 terabits. There's a joke in my head about YouPorn. And so fast it's downloading movies that people haven't even made yet. That's how fast it is. 178 terabits a second. The new record set at the University College in London is a fifth faster than the previous world record held by a team in Japan, working with certain skebe videos that they've got there in their online porn systems there in Japan. 178 terabits a second. That's just mind-boggling. You think about it from in this perspective here. Is think about how fast your internet was 10 years ago. How fast it was 20 years ago. Now we're at the point if you go someplace and your phone doesn't light up LTE and you go 3G, it's like being in the Stone Ages. You're in someplace 3G. That's what you call real Joe. You text him because I can't WhatsApp on 3G, but I can text him. I can send the guy a text message. That's how bad it is. You get these little kids now, and they're looking at internet speeds, and there used to be latency back when you played video games back in the day. There was online video games. There used to be a little bit of latency. You press the button here, and then 2 seconds later, a little bit of action on the gunshot on the screen or whatever. Now there's almost no latency whatsoever, and you still get kids complaining about how slow it is. They have internet on airplanes. How's that? That's where we've gone now. And how much longer is it going to be where 178 terabits a second is considered slow? Maybe in our lifetimes. It's just amazing. There might be some bandwidth connections and in perfect laboratory situations, 178 terabits is a top speed. Out here in the real world, yeah, I suppose I could settle for half of that. Help me out with some of my, quote, online studyings, and end quote. 9:38 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. I have not yet had a chance to look over the table of contents. Every once in a while, I threaten to do that towards the end of the show while we're in the small talk portion of the program. I've got the cumulative results, 87 positive tests for COVID-19 from August 21, 22, and 23. Wonder if that makes a difference. Because it's not like they all tested yesterday. All 296 people walked into the Department of Public Health and Social Services and got tested at exactly the same time. And we got the 11 positive hits from there. Test results from over all of this time, we got 87 in 3 days. Maybe they probably should have highlighted that information a little bit more. I don't know. Things seem to be slow. Do you think they're cooking it? Do you think they're cooking numbers?
Books? Yeah. You got to fudge stuff in order to get what you want.
Yeah. Bill Cruz asking, what's after terabits? I don't know. Again, there's a dirty joke that's floating around in my head. Natalie Kenneth is laughing out loud. That's always nice to see. James Howard, 178 terabits. Nice. That's military grade, yo. Dude. If you had 178 terabit speed, you'd go back to being able to beat Dave Torrey and Pam Duvall for number one. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing that down there. You like to catch me, so I'm going to try to catch you. Chetch Garcia's online. Bill says, the show is addicting. Frank Iriarte saying, radio's still on. That's good. That's good. Yard work calling. Sorry we have to log out. Have a great day, everyone. I was talking to a friend of mine, Lizelle. Lizelle, right? So she's my stand-up. She is everybody's got like their spirit guide, their spirit whatever. So she is my spirit guide when it comes to stand-up paddleboarding.
Yeah.
Just gonna put that there. You infer whatever you want to out of it. But anyway, so there's Lizelle, and so she cannot stand up paddleboard. So I asked her. I said, "What are you doing with yourself?" Now there was a picture that I'd seen of her on social media where it looks like she's trying to do a pull-up.
Saw it.
You saw it too?
I saw it.
Okay.
Reminded me I need to do something.
Have somebody take a picture of you trying to do a pull-up.
Yeah.
You don't actually have to do it.
Well,
You don't actually. You just need to just get up there on the thing and have somebody take a picture.
Grimace a little bit.
Yeah, and then post that up on the thing. Oh, look at me, I'm working out. So I asked her. I said, if you're not doing stand-up paddleboarding, what are you up to? And she says yard work. And so that it rings interesting that's what people are going to be doing when you're all done with the programs. A little too wet and snotty yesterday to get it done, and I got to be thinking about it. So I did the same thing over the weekend. Because I'm doing everything I can to abide by this new lockdown that the government's forcing down our throats. I didn't leave the house, and Sunday was a good day for it. So I got outside, took care of some weeding, and then I was going to go to Home Depot and get some of that black stuff that you put over the area that you've weeded so the weeds don't come back.
Oh, like
Can't
plastic.
get it.
Yeah.
Can't get it. So I'm just gonna deal with that. But I was thinking about there's a whole other section of the house that I kind of forgot existed, and now I'm looking at the thing and it's all sticker burrs and those little white daisy flowers that are all popped up. And they're easy to pull out, but they take up a lot of space, and I just don't feel like doing the work. So I think we've all got to a point where we've got a degree of yard work to take care of. 888-255-888-TALK. One other thing on Netflix, I was talking about being able to download the entire Netflix catalog in a second with that new speed. There is something else that Netflix is working on, and this can kind of be a COVID-19 and non-COVID-19 story, except the only reason why most people even know about Netflix anymore is because that's what they've turned to. Netflix subscribers have wanted the option to randomly select something to watch instead of spending hours aimlessly scrolling through their library. Now the streaming service may end up giving the masses what they want. Netflix is currently testing a shuffle feature that will pick something for you to watch at random. Not completely random. It'll pick something based on what you have been watching before. And say, okay, here's the Real Joe algorithm. So these are the Powerpuff Girls, right? You've been watching a lot of that stuff. Code Lyoko, that kind of thing. Kids Next Door.
Dora the Explorer.
You too?
Yeah.
So it will look at your algorithm and then just throw some random movies in your direction. Doesn't that sound great?
I really want to know who I am.
Actually, that's the scary thing. There's enough information floating around on you, on just from places like Netflix and Spotify, that they might be able to put together something. And you know what? You know what's going to happen is it's going to work. It will work because you like Big Trouble in Little China. Here's 10 movies that you're going to watch. Hey Jim, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Ray.
Half a day. Why are you so
speaking of
late?
which-
Why are you so late? It's 9:43. Look at the time. This program's been on the air since 6. Now, I hate to scold you like Lou, but, just get in a little bit earlier.
Well, Netflix, have you noticed that Steven Seagal has been trending for the last 5 years?
Steven Seagal is the greatest action actor of our time. I would be hard pressed. I would be hard pressed to find any Steven Seagal movie that I did not like. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull it. This is one of those times. Dennis Benzer needs to call in and then give me the list of all the cool Steven Seagal movies of all time. But
Yeah, I was going to ask you to name two other than Under Siege. So.
Under Siege, when the girl jumps out of the cake.
Yeah. On Deadly Ground.
Hold on a second. Out for Justice is okay. Deadly Ground is good. What's the one where he's got to go after he's got this cousin that starts shooting everything up?
I don't know.
God, they all look the same. There's Executive Decision. He was in that movie for about 10 seconds. Glimmer Man, Exit Wounds, Above the Law, Under Siege is there. Hard to Kill. Maybe that's the one. Hard to Kill,
I'm
Out
glad
for
Google
Justice.
is working.
Yeah, well, of course. I don't know them off the top of my head. I'm merely pointing out a fact that my brother will arm wrestle you over, that Steven Seagal is one of the greatest action-adventure actors of all time.
Okay, Ray, a quick question. The reason why I call in so late is because I've been nauseous.
You've been writing down everything I've said all morning long.
Well, I've been listening to everything that you've been talking about, and it's made me nauseous. I have headaches, fever, diarrhea.
Those are symptoms of COVID-19. How's your sense of smell, your taste?
Well, I can smell the BS.
Ha!
So my question is,
again, I asked the question. I've been spouting BS since about 6:15 this morning. Why are you so late?
The question is, where is the recall petition for the governor?
I don't know. I'm not in charge of that.
Didn't Ken LG have that going around, or didn't I haven't heard from Mike this morning. I didn't hear anything from Mike. The two people that I know last month that was talking recall of the governor, I think this afternoon would be a prime time to sign that petition.
The conversation has come up among some of the people. You got to take great care. Among the things that we want to accomplish in this rally here is an expression of our distaste and displeasure with some of the decisions that have been made that affect people's well-being. Mental health and physical exercise are very important, and it is. Some people want to get their physical exercise or their mental health activities taken care of on the beach, and there's absolutely no good reason why they can't be able to do that, observe social distancing and all the other crap that we're supposed to be able to do. I think it is almost punitive the way that this has come out. Having said that, though, in this rally, we want to very clearly observe social distancing and mask wearing and all of the other COVID-19 aesthetics. So walking around and doing petitions might be viewed as opposite of that. So I don't think they want to head off in that direction. Now, if you wanted, I wouldn't stop you if you did.
Well, I'd love to. I just don't know what the process is.
So,
I firmly believe that we need somebody in a leadership position that can make intelligent decisions, and we seem to be void of that here on Guam.
So you do the recall and you go out and get about 19,000 signatures, and then you give them to the legislature. Legislature, in my understanding, in this case, would be purely ministerial. They would take that and then order a special a recall election. And my understanding then is that everybody would vote, and if there's a simple majority of people that concur, then it's all done. And Lou is out, and I think that would put Josh in. But the first part, and this is where the tricky thing is. And somebody asked me, I said, Ray, what does the petition even look like? And I said, I don't know, because I don't think it's ever happened. If it did, maybe a whole Ricky Berdallo case from back in the 80s. But as far as I know, I couldn't tell you what the form and format of a recall petition would be.
Well, I've never heard of a recall of the governor on Guam. I know there's been a recall of senators on Guam back when Simon Sanchez was booted out of the legislature. But I don't recall a governor ever being summarily removed from the office.
Yeah.
Well. But the truth is that we cannot continue down this path of idiocy and intelligently walk around with our heads held high. Matter of fact, I might need to go see the doctor because my neck is about one tendon away from snapping with all the head shaking I've been doing.
Concur. And I go see the optometrist because of the eye rolling that's going on. I get you. We're sitting around here. It's and some answers would be nice. And it would be nice if hopefully Lee Weber and the Vigilance Committee get the paperwork that they want so that we can at least listen to some minutes, read some minutes of these meetings, and figure out which one of the people on this advisory committee are either milking it for their own personal reward, their business's reward, or which one of them are coming up with ideas that make it feel like we're in a prison. We're on an island. This is an island. We're surrounded by water, and there is sand in between the water and the land, and it's a beautiful thing. And we can't go there for any reason except for subsistence fishing.
Well, maybe we can ask James Cameron to come back to Guam and do a deep-sea dive to locate our economy.
Good point. There's that as well. There's that as well. We've got it. There's never been a clearer sign out of the CDC that it's pointless to have a 14-day quarantine. And maybe now we'll take a look at the guidance from the CDC and say, well, we don't need to have a quarantine for returning residents or other travelers. And why do we need a quarantine for anybody that is coming to Guam? Open up the airports, call the airlines, and say, bring them on. And everybody will say, well, you're going to bring Corona-19 to Guam. It's already here. It's there.
Yes, it is.
It's there. You cannot run away from it. You cannot hide from it. It's here. All we can do is learn to mitigate and learn to deal with the consequences. And now Jim and I might be able to get together whenever we want, wherever we want, and we'll go to a restaurant. If we talk to each other too much, might get Corona-19 from one or the other, and then I'll go take a pill, and for the most part be okay. I'm willing to take that chance. But old people, sick people, we got to do something else with them.
But what I don't understand is that at the beginning of this, back in February, when we didn't know very much about what was going on with this virus, how it reacted, what its effect was, and what the treatments would be to ward off the deadly effects, I understood all of the precautions that were taken by the governor to lock down the island and let's figure things out. But like the doctor said earlier, we got this under control. We know that plasma works. We've got like 2 vaccines that are in the final stage of FDA approval. We know that the virus is among us and it's not going to disappear overnight, and it's not going to disappear in 2 weeks. Matter of fact, it's been 5 months and it hasn't disappeared.
You know what's disappeared in 5 months is common sense, and apparently our ability to really do what needed to get done over at the hospital. If what I'm hearing about the hospital is true, that they are overwhelmed, that we've got doctors, we've got all the beds that we need, we've got all the ventilators that we need, but we don't have the people to use those ventilators and those beds on the patients. Then that's something else that has gone wrong. That was the whole idea of shutting everything down, slowing down the spread of COVID-19 until the hospitals were ready to handle it. She even told the CDC that we had a handle on that situation, and now I'm starting to hear otherwise. I'm starting to hear that GMH is full, that GRMC was in a divert situation. As far as I know, at this point, still don't know whether anybody's called the Admiral and said, hey, can we use your hospital? Ours is full.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. The governor designated GMH as the Corona hospital. Why the hell would anybody designate a facility that can't handle the emergency? And what happened to all the military tents and the field hospitals that the governor was spending millions of dollars to throw up?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, they shut those things down. They said they can use them again, but there's a story in one of the pro-government news facilities, hospital capacity, although the military has offered to provide their tents, Civil Defense Administrator Charles Estevez says they don't necessarily meet specific requirements needed for what they're looking for with the tents in between the government tents and the tents that Civil Defense or Dr. So-and-so wants to buy. So they meet military spec, which I'm sure is top of the line, but for whatever reason, they don't quite meet the specific requirements for Guam. What do you suppose that could be, Jim? What is it? What specific requirement do we need here? And unfortunately, it didn't look like they asked any follow-up questions on that about what it was. But those military tents, it might be good for GIs, but just they're not good for people on Guam. We eat sticky rice here.
Well, the end result is anything that is going to be a viable solution for the island of Guam has absolutely no common sense, has absolutely no background or intellectual thought process placed into it, or any negligible outcome. If you meet those three criteria, then the government of Guam will buy into it.
Immediately. Okay, listen, I'm going to let you go. A couple of things, though. Just be on the lookout for this. $950,000. They want to buy 10 of those temps that seem to meet only our specific requirements here on Guam, not the military's. Because, the military just half-ass everything. That's point number one. Point number two is Phil Flores did some checking by actually calling Simon Sanchez, and Simon Sanchez has never been recalled. So check your sources.
Well, I'm sorry.
You might be
I stand
you're thinking
corrected.
of Matt Rector. No, even Matt Matt wasn't recalled. He quit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I stand corrected on Simon then. I sincerely apologize to Simon, but I know that he was in that legislature when that recall happened, and I guess the reason he stuck in my mind is that he's always been out front and active in Guam ever since. So my sincere apologies to Simon.
Okay. All right, Liz, I got to let you go. Talk to you, bud.
Thank you.
And see you this afternoon, 4 o'clock in Tumon at the intersection between Outrigger and DFS. Can't miss us.
Riot gear in hand.
No, not riot gear. This is a peaceful protest. I'll shoot you myself. Talk to you. 888-8255. That's right. I won't actually hit you, but I will make noise. The gun will go off in one direction or the other.
Bring flowers.
Huh?
Bring flowers and put them in the barrels of the
guns?
The police guns.
The cops aren't going to be there. They're not going.
Yeah, they're not going to go.
So I got this from my cop buddy. And it's one of those Steven Seagal, huh? Hard to kill, corrupt government official. Seagal's in a coma. Kelly LeBrock was the nurse.
Yes, Kelly, the healer.
Marked for death. That's the one. Jamaican bad guy was named Screwface. Under Siege 2, Glimmerman, Above the Law. The first movie. Richie was the drug addict, old neighborhood friend, not a relative. All right, thanks very much. See, I told you, if somebody can invest as much as this guy has into Seagal movies, then I know I'm right. Do I have to take a break before the show? What is it, 9:57?
Yeah.
Is it long?
No.
45 seconds? Okay, I'll be right back.
They're back. Any footlong is a $5 footlong when you buy one at regular price. At participating locations, Subway, eat fresh.
You've got a job to do. Having the right equipment for the job is critical, and East West Rental has the exact tools you need. Get it done faster with the right stuff, whether it's landscaping tools, concrete tools, lifts, trucks, lights, generators, trench boxes, welders, tents, tables, and chairs. They're here to help you tackle any project you're working on, big or small. Open Monday to Saturday, 7 to 5, closed Sundays. Find what you're looking for at East West Rental Center in Upper Tumon or call 646-1463.
Yeah, I don't know. I've only got like it's a minute and 20 seconds. I don't think I'm going to be able to grab mine. Tell them to call Tall Tales at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I don't know. You know, it's one of those things where you quickly learn who you can and can't, or what you can and can't talk about by the nature of some of the communications that you get. This was one of the first things I looked at this morning as I was rising at early at 4, and it was a note from somebody on WhatsApp. How he got my number, I don't know. Says everyone protesting should be identified on a list that gets made public, because I don't want those dumbasses coming next to me, my family, or anyone I care about. Somebody's been drinking a little bit too much of the Kool-Aid. You don't get coronavirus by standing 6 feet away from each other with a mask on outside. We're protesting for your rights. That's right up there with the idiot that says that I need to, if I go to this thing, that I need to sign off on a piece of paper that waives my right to health care. First of all, health care is not a right, and second of all, if I get sick, yeah, you know what, that's on me, but I got insurance that I already pay for, so I'm pretty sure I'd be able to get some kind of access to care. And don't worry about it. I'm doing this so that they don't continue to take away any more of your rights as well. The radio station's KUSG. Again, you see you this afternoing down in Tumon, Outrigger, in the DFS intersection, about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Mask up and observe social distancing. It's 10. Here's the news.
Setting the stage for re-election, I'm Rich Dennison, Fox News. The Republican National Convention is now underway with delegates in Charlotte, North Carolina nominating President Trump for a second term.
Our country can go in a horrible, horrible direction, or in an even greater direction.
The president speaking to supporters in Charlotte this afternoon, saying Democrats are using voter concerns over coronavirus to steal the election. The president will formally accept his nomination during a speech from the White House Thursday night. The mayor of Kenosha, Wisconsin, trying to keep his city together after the shooting of a black man, apparently by a white police officer, after the officer responded to a domestic disturbance call.
The damage and destruction done the other night is not acceptable.
Mayor John Antaramian addressed a group of protesters who are angry over the shooting of Jacob Blake.